20 मिनट हो गए।
जब को जब
डाल दी मैंने। हाँ And
अरे आज बाजार को जाना है।
Hello and very good morning to all. On behalf of Department of Zoology, College of Arts, Science and Commerce, I take great pleasure to welcome all the speakers, researchers, faculty members and participants from all over the country to this one-day national e-conference on recent advances in animal sciences, future challenges and strategies. Before we begin, I would like to invoke the blessings of the Almighty by reciting few verses from the Holy Quran. For this, I invite our student Asrarul Haq to please recite the few verses. Asrarul Haq.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وقال الذين كفروا لا تسمعوا لهذا القرآن والغوا فيه لعلكم تغلبون فلنذيقن الذين كفروا عذابا شديدا ولنجزينهم أسوأ الذي كانوا يعملون ذلك جزاء أعداء الله النار لهم فيها دار الخلد جزاء بما كانوا بآياتنا يجحدون وقال الذين كفروا ربنا أرنا الذين أضلانا من الجن والإنس نجعلهما تحت أقدامنا ليكونا من الأسفلين صدق الله العظيم.
Thank you, Asrar. This auspicious occasion will be incomplete without a worthwhile reference to the late Professor Muhammad Tilawat Ali, founder of the college. He was a pioneer in the educational field and an educationist with a future sight and anticipation. Considering his future aim and goal for education and upliftment of the minorities, he endeavored to establish the minority institution, Sir Syed College, under the patronage of the society and worked with Himalayan efforts to see that the college reaches Everest heights in the field of education, sports, cultural, and social activities. These few words are falling short, but cover his versatile personality, to which I pay homage with all due respect. It is heartening to note that the incumbent chairman, Dr. Shamama Parveen Madam has and is continuing with the vision and policies of the founder chairman for the benefit and in the interest of one and all, especially the minority community. I take great pleasure and privilege to invite Dr. Suresh Ravatkar, Dean, Faculty of Science and Technology, Gondwa University, Gadchiroli, to inaugurate today's e-conference. I request Dr. Suresh Rawat sir to please inaugurate the conference. Over to you, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, please unmute your mic, sir. Ravatkar, sir, please unmute your mic, sir.
गेस्ट का माइक ऑफ है
So please unmute your mic and kindly please repeat.
तुमचा आवाज बंद करा सर तुमचा आवाज बंद करा.
Hello. Sir, आवाज आ रहा ना? Respected Dr. Sheikh Kabir Ahmad sir, the principal of this college, coordinator of e-seminar, dignitaries and the participants for this seminar, I declare that the national seminar e-seminar on recent advances in animal sciences, future challenges and strategies is inaugurated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. It was a pleasure to listen to you, sir. Thank you very much. I now invite Vice Principal of Sir Syed College, Dr. Sheikh Mohammad Azhar, to present the college report.
Thank you, ma'am. Respected Chief Guest, the Chairperson, Raibar Educational, Cultural and Welfare Society, Dr. Shamama Parveen, the keynote speaker, Professor E.R. Martin, the other distinguished guests, professors, researchers, and students. A very pleasant morning to all of you. It's an honor to say a few words about Sir Syed College. Give the world the best you have. Give the world the best you have. The world will give its best. Sir Syed College of Arts, Commerce and Science is the minority institution in Aurangabad city established in 1990. It is one of the leading institutions engaged in imparting quality education in the stream of arts, commerce and science for the past 3 decades. The devoted and committed teacher, known all over Maharashtra for his selfless services, late Professor Muhammad Tilawat Ali established Sir Syed College that could meet the demands of changing times. Professor Muhammad Tilawat Ali named this college after the legendary Sir Syed Ahmed Khan, the optimistic social reformer and visionary. Sir Syed College is the outcome of untiring and sincere efforts of Professor Muhammad Tilawat Ali. As the saying goes, मेहनत कशी की देन है जो कुछ है मेरे पास, मेहनत कशी की देन है जो कुछ है मेरे पास, मेरी हथेलियों में कोई मौजज़ा न था. May he get the best place in heaven. Sir Syed College is in fact the only co-education Sir Syed College, in fact, is the only co-education college in the town that has largest number of girl students. The ongoing century, being the century of youth, the college is marching ahead under the able guidance of President Dr. Shamama Parveen. The institution is confident and sure that the new dynamic and positive thinking of President Dr. Shamama Parveen will lead the institution from the front and take the institution to the appreciable heights. The college offers arts, commerce and science at junior and undergraduate level. Postgraduate courses in Arabic, Urdu, English, commerce and organic chemistry are also available. To meet the changing economic challenges, the college offers 3 years professional degree courses such as BBA and BCS. The institution has always taken the initiative to prove its mission, human citizen through education. The college has a long-standing academic tradition and boasts of a team of 34 experienced, well-qualified and dedicated faculty with 13 research guides in Arabic, English, commerce, chemistry, botany, and zoology. 29 teachers are doctorates and 11 teachers have qualified the next exams. Under the NSS, college is involved under the various social activities. Sir Syed College is the only college in the region winning intercollegiate football tournament consecutively for 7 years. The faculty is also involved with their research work through minor and major research projects. The dedication and teamwork of teaching and non-teaching staff has won several laurels to the institution. So far, 34 students have stood in the merit list of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad. 3 students received gold medals in the stream of arts and science. Today, approximately 2,000 students are on the campus of Sir Syed College. 2 commerce students of our college have qualified CA exams. Hundreds of students are regularly placed in companies and in different offices. 4 students of our junior college got admission for MBBS and BDS courses. In the recently declared results, Sheikh Nausheen appeared 9 in Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University merit list, and Khan Asma scored the highest marks in zoology and became eligible to receive Miss Anita Awad Award. We are all bound to dedication, quality, and excellence. On behalf of Sir Syed College, I welcome all the participants in this National E-Seminar on Advances in Animal Sciences, Challenges and Strategies, organized by Department of Zoology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Azhar sir. Now let me read out the aims and objective of the e-conference. The aim and objective of this e-conference is to provide an understanding of animals with a larger context, that is the animals' interaction with the outside world, including humans. It covers broad subject areas, including physiology and animal structure and its relevance to the ecosystem in which they live. It aims to provide an integrated understanding of animals and their relationship with humans. Professional training in animal sciences can prepare you for challenging career opportunities in areas such as animal production, animal breeding, health maintenance, and disease control, and numerous allied service industries. The main objective is to build a center of excellence that trains livestock scientists and animal agriculture and animal husbandry development managers with thorough knowledge and skill in animal production, and improve the capacity in meeting the demands for the growing market for ever-increasing population. Research in animal sciences require new innovations, new technologies, and new way of approaching agriculture if the food, feed, and fiber needs of the global population are to be met. The animal science research help to meet the challenges of sustainable animal production in the 21st century. There will be plenty of knowledgeable and knowledge-enhancing presentations in today's e-conference. So I look forward to having you all till the end of this conference. I would like to invite today's keynote speaker, Professor E.R. Martin. I'd like to give the introduction of today's keynote speaker, who is none other than Dr. E.R. Martin. Dr. E.R. Martin is serving as Professor, Department of Zoology, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad. Before this, he served at KTHM College, Nasik from 1990 to 1995, and then at Ahmednagar College, Ahmednagar from 1995 to 2008. He is recipient of Srimati Tarabhai Karandikar Prize Gold Medal in MSc from University of Pune in 1987. He received his PhD in 1990 from Marathwada University, Aurangabad. Since then, he is involved in teaching and research and has 30 years of postgraduate teaching experience. He has successfully guided 9 students for their PhD. He is life member of various scientific societies. He is a fellow of Zoological Society of India and National Environmentalist Association. He has completed 3 major research projects funded by UGC and DST. He has organized 3 national conferences and 1 international conference. He has published about 50 research papers in peer-reviewed national and international journals. His work has been cited in many prestigious journals of world, including Nature. He has attended, chaired, and presented research papers in more than 90 national and international conferences in India and abroad. He has delivered numerous invited talks in national and international conferences and also in Indian Science Congress. He has 1 patent published. He has served as academic coordinator, dean, director UGC HRDC, coordinator for PET 2016, member of BCUD, and on various bodies of university. He is presently chairman, Board of Studies in Zoology, member, Board of Research and Academic Council member. I now invite Professor Martin sir to give his keynote address. Professor Martin sir.
Thank you, madam. On the onset, I thank the organizers of this conference, that is one-day nationally conference on recent advances in animal sciences, future challenges and strategies, on this Wednesday, the 6th of January, 2021. That is on the 6th day of this decade that we are going to enter. We have already entered it. The onset, I also thank the president of the Society, Raibar Educational Cultural Welfare Society, Tilawat Ali, the chairperson, Shamama Parveen, the organizing secretary, Dr. Sheikh Kabir, the principal, the convener, Rafat Ali Nahri, the co-convener, Naib Ansari, the coordinator, Ayar Ustad. It's indeed a pleasure that this e-conference main objective is to understand the physiology, the animals in a larger context, and the interaction with the ecosystem or the outside and inside, including the human. Basically, this theme that has been divided is really interesting in the sense that the biodiversity sustainability, the medical science, biotechnology research, anti-helminthic resistant diagnosis of hematoprotozoan disease, detection of drug and pesticide, and fish farming. These are the topics that have been very aptly chosen by the conference organizers. I've actually moved when we talk about the selection of the topic, that is the recent advances in animal sciences, the future challenges and strategies. We all know the animal science is a vast field, and the term that has been added to it has recent advances. And then we also speak about the future challenges and the strategies. For the onset of these, and these recent advances in animal sciences, which has been organized by the Department of Zoology, Sir Syed College, the Zoology Department organizing the recent advances in animal sciences and its future challenges and strategies, makes us to think and ponder in what is called, what is an animal science and what is zoology. If we look into the aspect of it, there is a misconception that the animal science is zoology and zoology is animal science. In fact, if we strict sense, if you look, you'll find that the animal science considers the study of animals, which do with the nature, function, and productivity, and that under the management of man. This word is very important since it is under the management of man in some way. Therefore, the animal science excludes the wildlife. Wildlife comes under the domain of zoology. And you also find that some aspect of veterinary and biomedical sciences, these area boundary are mixed up and they are not distinct, but in fact they are indistinct. So in order to understand that animal science and zoology, they are strictly speaking, they are not the same, but they have got some changes. Now if you look into what does it mean? It means that the understanding of animal as biological system, one, and the second one, the role of animal as components of broader system. This is where that I would suggest I'll be talking about the theme of the conference and the objective of the conference in larger context of animal into broader systems. Then when you look into it, you also find it includes. And when you say that the animals science, the animal, they are under the management of man. So again, the word of management comes at four. It includes the progress. The progress, what progress the animal science have done it. It also includes the need, particularly in the areas of intellectual understanding and the progress in the utility of the understanding in practice. How do we use this animal and what are the practice that is? These are the largely distinction that were made by the Professor Emeritus, Professor Aldman from Scotland, University Scotland. The title also says, the conference theme says, what is recent advances. I thought it could be of interesting to describe what is and do we mean by recent. The word recent has its own interpretations. It is often referred as the rate at which some new techniques can help to generate data in research. That means research is a continuous process of progress, and at times it also accelerates. The accelerated research progresses only with the technology we have. It's not only that the technology is important for us, but also how this technology is meant behind the technology, how to run the instrument, and your thinking power is responsible for taking the science into a level that is always for what the human being have been curious for ages since. Then the second one that we talk about the progress is considered a small span of numbers of years, but a broader perspective, it recognizes the major areas of progress. Science, we know, has started and it emerged into diversified into different areas and progressed in that particular field. And then each of the different progressed field has been named independently. So what we have with science, the progress in science is actually driven by the mixture of imagination to generate the ideas and are worth pursuing and the acquisition of appropriate technique to allow those ideas to be tested. This is what makes a science great. Imagination, thinking, generating an idea, acquisition of the technique, the data to be measured, what kind of, and to be tested, ideas to be tested. Once an idea is tested, then we say that it is science. When ideas are not tested, then we do not say it is science. That makes a distinction of what science and other science is. In context to what we are speaking, what is it recent refers to is that what we said is that techniques that is needed to generate the data in research. If you look into the invention that took place for last 200 years, you find that the initial invention that took place took a long time, but as the technology developed, the invention time was reduced to a very low level. Such like this slide will show you. At the lead time of certain invention, you find that from 1727 to 1839, almost 112 years it took for photography to be developed. Then 1821 to 1820, about 65 years for electric motor. Then again you find from 1820 to 76, 50 years for telephone. Then for 35 years for radio, 33 years for vacuum tube, then 18 years for X-ray tubes, then 15 years for radar, 12 years for television, 10 years for nuclear reactor, 6 years for atomic bomb, 3 years for transistor, until for the solar battery took about 2 years. So you'll find the initial drift of technology has resulted in what is called the advancement. But with the idea, with the technology we advanced, the scientific knowledge that has freely flown, in fact, it allowed us to do whatever that we wanted in a short period of time. In biological science, if you have to consider, it will be very interesting to note that the technology has actually saved out since 1953, when the double structure was known of DNA, and then you find that in 62 they were awarded, and then immediately 69 the mRNA was exploited, and then thereafter the whole technology that has come up, what we call it the CRISPR technology, for which the Nobel Prize was given. These are in fact turned the whole technology in a very, very short period, and that all advancement for the scientific research, and particularly the biological sciences. But saying that the technology revolution can or is not substituted with the race of advantage that we wanted. We were not been able to conquer certain diseases. In spite of this, that the Human Genome Project has been successfully decoded, yet we have a problem there because of the robustness of our system. Does not, plasticity is lacking. We need a lot of things to be understood as a biological scientist. If you look at the animal science of point that I will be asking for it, and we have been able to use animal for a variety of reasons. Some of the major areas of progress that we have done in the last 100 years, if you see, they are of interesting phenomena. One, the first of the progress that happened was with the help of genetics. Genetics, the father of genetics, we call Gregor Mendel. He was in fact rejected by many of his contemporaries at that time, and these discoveries are rediscovered in 1901. And interestingly, since then, the genetic application in domesticated animal began with. And we study as a student of genetics on everything about from the hen, then pigs, then genetic findings that is taking place in plant. And we all know that the animal, these rates of the animals have been, productivity have increased drastically, dramatically, but they are also not free from the negativity. There are incidents that this development of genetics has been associated with negative consequences. And these negative consequences of disease have now been corrected by adjusting as per the selection of approaches. So this brings us back to the natural selection. So natural selection of gene, can we change the gene as we want, or can we manipulate a gene to our wish? This is something that we need to analyze, we need to think. So a scientific approach, if with the technology, is not the ultimate thing that we have to need. We have to tune it to the natural selections. Another technology that has changed our understanding in molecular biology are the molecular approaches. In molecular approaches, we are could able to replace the classical techniques which prevailed during 1910 to 1950s. And these techniques, in fact, came up with improvement in biochemical techniques way back in 1969 onwards. And it is not yet fully realized. With hybridization techniques, with DNA fingerprinting techniques, which was discovered in 1977, then Human Genome Project that was completed in 2001, we always realized that with the molecular approaches, we can answer our own problems of mankind. But then 2005, we got CRISPR, Donna Charpenter, who received Nobel Prize in December 2020. According to the words of Donna, the Nobel laureate of last year, December 2020, she said that even though the techniques of CRISPR, which the gene editing is simple form, we call it, may not be able to solve the problem that mankind is facing. This raises a lot of systems, and we know that a genetic model of DNA is yet to be studied. That is why we still call DNA as a genetic model, because when we don't know many aspects to know, then we call something as a model. So, in a sense, the prospect of using genome-wide selection is very, very considerable, and you have to fully realize what the molecular approaches can do for us. Another area of prospective science, which I was talking about, the recent advances in animal sciences or future challenges, is what we call as a nutrition and nutritional biochemistry. We study biochemistry, but we do not study much of the aspect of nutritional or nutritional biochemistry. Actually, this is worked tolerably well, and this is important for us to, whenever we are studying what is called as with respect to animal produce. Nutrition is also important for as far as our health is concerned. So, when you look into the animal science angle, the nutritional biochemistry plays a significant role into it. Another problem that has been very much helpful for us is the reproductive processes. What kind of reproductive processes? What knowledge we have it? We have, in fact, as far as the animal science is concerned, we have done a lot of research into this aspect, and new knowledge has been added up to our existing knowledge, and many advances have been made. Seeing that, when we say that in the animal, then we are also associating with the mankind. We are creating a society of that is what can be shown in this triangle or a diagram, that a person is not free, he is always within culture, is associated with culture, and his culture is again forming to a society to again a person. So we have interaction, a person forming a society to culture. How do we do it? With a social integration. You have a socialization and social and cultural reproduction. So this is what kind of society we aim for. Now, mankind with the animal, say it be your dog or your any pet animal, creating a cultural reproduction, social integration and socialization of this aspect, which is very, very important. Another area of research that has been done or been carried out, and a lot of things that we know about it, is in relation to the research on pregnancy and lactation. Research in pregnancy and lactation has been advanced in the mammalian group, and the mammalian species in which this research has been advanced has been able to solve our own mankind's problems regarding the pregnancy and lactation one. And not only that, this has been advanced as far as now is concerned with the technology, with the developmental engineering and developmental technology that has been come into the existence. It is not that it happened in last 10 or 20 or 30 years. The foundation for this was already set, built some 50 years back, or about say 90 years back. Our understanding of the process of disease enabled animal as well as veterinary and medical sciences. That is why I said that in this, the apt information of what we call it as an animal sciences. Knowledge that we have received through the veterinary, through the mammalian, through the medical sciences are all associated with the animal. One very area which is very interesting as a biologist, but was given the very not much importance, has been the study of welfare of animals. It is, we have seen that we are living along with animals. We live in a society with human. We live in a house with some kind of pet. We depend on other animal with some other men or people taking care of it, which provide us the milk. Thus, you find that there is an open assessment improvement that is needed as far as the welfare of animal concerned, but prediction of phenotype expression, what animal will actually do, it's all depend upon the genotype and its environment. It's still an aspiration rather than a reality. So in reality, we are not understood the genotype and environmental factors that impact the development in animal, particularly the genotypes angle. This is the area that we need to consolidate. Another area of recent to this up to this topic of talk is the waste management. How are animal waste to be managed? How to reduce pollution of grazing to achieve diversity goals? We all are aware that animals influence the social or operating environment. That means when you're talking about a social and operating environment, we're talking about a system of animal management. And the system of animal management incorporates the social cohesion. And social cohesion, we also find the source of power, work power or inequity. So this is the most important aspect which we people, we neglect it and we think that the waste management is completely domain of environmental sciences. But the problem with biological system has to be solved by the human only, and ultimately human are also animals. So the management process need to be understood. The area has the app for the title, the future challenges in the research advances in animal sciences draws me to that particular point of waste management of environment. Impact of animal environment was of much current concern because it is of directly related to climate change. Others one that of the management of pollution or how do we manage diversity. If you look into the thing, you'll find that if the animal feed, animals, bedding, whatever the things, legume is that actually it's the input that's coming out. It recycles into nutrient, an output is given, animal meat or meat plus egg, in case of poultry, then crop and manure, and then there's a loss. So this can the assimilation that input equal to output is possible in order to prevent the recycling of the nutrient by keeping it to the waste management processes? The answer is yes. Technically, yes. Practically, not attempted. So we need lot of models, lot of studies in order to perceive this particular negative contribution of animal product into healthiness of human diets. Okay. We also find that the growing size of the human population needs a more amount of animal product. The reason is our global need for food has increased and the increased need in food. Therefore, we have to depend upon the animals as a food. and also global demand for animal and their product and also. So animal demand as well the product demand. So in a system, we find the opportunity that the system can be reused where the animal as well as the product can be sufficiently and used correctly and wisely. But it has its own limitations. So thus we find the most grand challenge for animal sciences are to produce the animal product in appropriate abundance that are beneficial. Second, to the healthiness of our diet that are produced with minimal waste and preferably should have no negative impact on and they should benefit the environment and it is should be socially acceptable ways. This makes us to ponder the challenges of animal sciences for our own living. As a scientist, what we are going to do for it. Therefore, that we say that I want to quote here what Hans Spearman, the great embryologist in 1927, he said, "What has been achieved is but the first step. We still stand in the presence of riddles, but not without hope of solving them, and riddles with the hope of solution. What more can a man of science desire?" So this is a challenge for this conference when it comes down. It's a future challenge with existing knowledge is like a riddle, and since but we are hopeful for a solution, and then as a scientist we are have some kind of desire for a man of science. Let us look for how the role of animals in advancement of mankind and welfare took place in the course of history, called historical reason. These slides brings up into what is called the more interesting phenomenon that we all know as a biologist, what is characters and equally for psychology, the field of psychology, what is called as Pavlov's famous experiment. We call it as a classical conditioning, where using a metronome, which is popular, actually it was used by a metronome and not the bell as it is popularly believed, and for which Pavlov received Nobel Prize in Medicine in 1901. If you see this net region, you find Pavlov dissected this saliva region, and through this test tube is kept. And when the condition, the food is given, the salivation used to take place, the salivation used to come in the tube, the test tube. And then this was the condition first of the experiment you can consider. Some people argue that this was a very outdated and very torturous experiment. But if you look into today's standard, this experiment was of most minimum pain experiment. Another very theoretical construction of what is very interesting by a physicist, Schrodinger's cat, paradox of Schrodinger cat, which speaks about, which was put forward by a great physicist, Erwin Schrodinger. Erwin Schrodinger, though he is known to be the physicist, he is considered to be the man who provoked the scientists at that time by a book, What is Life? He wrote a book, What is Life, which later became the people's curiosity began and people found out the secret of life as a DNA. So Schrodinger, although he was a physicist, his approach was totally for the science. And then he is known for the wave particle duality for which that he made. He used a simple experiment, which abstract experiment, where he put a cat thinking that the superposition is possible, but in reality, it is either dead or alive. A paradox which every student of physics studies, even it has become a classroom knowledge. Okay. Another advancement in the science has been, we are much aware because this took place during our time, is what is the birth of Dolly on July 5th, 1996 in Edinburgh. Dolly was the first clone by somatic cell nuclear transfer from adult cell. Theoretically, genetically, is identical to donor. Dolly survived since 2003 February till February 2003 and died of lung complications. Her body is preserved and kept in Royal Museum of Scotland. Another very interesting animal, which we all know as a first animal to go or orbit Earth, is Laika, the dog which took off on board of Sputnik 2 in 1957 on 3rd November. Sadly, she never returned to Earth. It was not that she could have come back, but the mission Sputnik 2 was designed in such a way to never to return. And therefore, it created a lot of welfare issues and ethical issues. And thereafter, Soviet Union amended the laws, and then they made the animal to plan that the animal should return back. And accordingly, Belka and Estrika dogs traveled aboard Sputnik 5 and returned sound and safe. So you find that the big step, giant leap into science was normally done by this group of some of the animals, which has been very, very interesting and challenging for us. Another two of the animals is the mice or rat and the fly called Drosophila melanogaster, a fly of T.H. Morgan. If you consider the Nobel Prize in Medicine and Physiology since 1901, we have used about 76% of animals have been used. Almost for today now, we are using about 95 to 96% of animals are rat, mice, fish, and birds are used today. And interestingly, 95% of our genes share with the rodents, and therefore rodents are key for genetic research and particularly the research on nervous system. As far as the Drosophila or fruit fly is concerned, is the fly of choice for genetic research because of its ideal qualities, which every biologist knows it. As of now, there are 5 Nobel Prizes have been given for the work on fruit fly, and this animal fly is been of choice to study how gene mutate and also in response to radiation, and also been one of the most important fly in order to understand the discovery of circadian rhythm. In fact, most of the research today that is taking place on circadian rhythm, as far as the Drosophila is concerned, are now leading us to the better understanding of aging process and the sleep pattern in human being. Currently, the work, if you look into all the papers on it, the aspect of aging, the circadian rhythm, and sleep patterns are most of the work have been done on Drosophila. However, today, with the advent of the animal experimentation, the technology increased. Many people have started to speak. There is a highly reduced, controlled, focused on avoiding pain and for alternatives. Therefore, we do now in vitro organisms or even computational models have been used. But as the time says, but for the time being, no artificial system can duplicate the complexity of the living organism. So we need to have this important parameter. Now, when we speak of the science, I wanted to take our attention back into a system where do we stand on animal science, particularly when we talk about India. India had a major share in milk animals and livestock, and another one is in poultry, which includes meat and egg. If you look into This is something, the family tree of animal kingdom, somewhere we can locate ourselves in these complicated systems, and we can see that how closely we were related once and how far we have gone. And it is nothing that what has been shown here. In our real life also, we find that as a human, we sometimes astray and sometimes we go much far than with our own, including our relatives or even our friendship also. So this is a placental system, mammalian system, which has come. And of this animal, we are only looking into those animal of animal science associated with. What is system do? We have been using the animal science, development in animal science, we improved our dairy system. It is this slide, if I could read, you can find the person's photograph over here, Korean, Verghese Kurian. I think that everybody knows the movement that he had carried out and rightly even called a father of white revolution at a time when the situation in India was drastically and very bad. And during that time, PL480, when US was not providing us the essential nutrient nor even the food. If you look into the contribution of this person, you'll find he had brought everything into one. We have the kettles, we have the cows, associated milk we're getting in. This diagram indicate that almost all the states are contributing sufficient amount. Uttar Pradesh is contributing 17.6, Bihar is contributing the least, Tamil Nadu least, Maharashtra is almost 6.5%, and Gujarat 7.7% and 9.6% Rajasthan state. So these two countries and almost other states, we find that sufficient amount of milk is produced. Milk is produced, then who doesn't know what amount, the taste of India. If we look into all these things, the welfare of animal, if you've taken care, it provides us the best of the nutrient. We also find the Amul businesses come into it, which is sometimes challenges the Nestle-like big corporate company. But also, it's sad to see some of the diagram figures in between where you find for reasons better known and the problem that they're facing, and for the farmers are concerned, you find the milk has been poured on the road. The road can equally be gone to the poor people who are deficient in nutrient. Another aspect that if you look into the white revolution of India, you find that in 2010-11 was 121.8 million tons. It comes to about in 1819, it is 187.7 million tons. There is a completely progressive increase in the milk. So you find that if you take Indian livestock as a number, you'll find that India is number one in total livestock population, milk production, cattle population, buffalo population, cara beef production, goat milk production, and total bovine population. It is ranked second with goat population, Bristol production, that is a pig industry byproduct, and fish production. Third ranking, it has a sheep production and egg production. Fourth is the chicken production. Fifth is poultry meat production, poultry production. Then eighth is duck production, and ninth is camel population and wool production. So you have the first 9 ranking belonging to India in world in numbers. What is the need, the challenge, and the strategies can be transfer this standing into the strategies that can be beneficial to human being. If you look into 2019 livestock inventory, the cattle numbers were something about 191.49 million, goat 148 million, buffaloes 100 and almost approximately 110 million, and sheep is about 74.56 million, pig is 9.06 million, horses and ponies are 0.34 million. So cattle, goat, buffalo, all milk animals are contributing almost to our dairy industry. And if you look into numbers of the egg that is produced, India is third in the world, first being the China, second the United States, and India is the third position. We can increase it. If another source that we have this animal, when we talk about, we are talking about the animal development. Poultry in India was a household activity in India, right from the 40 to 60 years back. Most of the rural area, people used to have this poultry development as a household activity. With the advent of scientific technology, scientific poultry production in India, it gained momentum over the last 4 decades because of the efforts of the government of India through policies, institutions, and focused research and initiatives taken by the private sector. So this has contributed to our understanding and production in the poultry sector. How is the poultry sector standing today? What are the strengths? What are the challenges? We have it. If you look at it, we know that the poultry egg producer is the third. We are the third in egg producer and fifth in poultry meat producer in world. Strength, then the egg and chicken meat are the cheapest source of animal protein affordable for Indian people. When you consider Indian people, including the rural area and weak people or poor people. The poultry items is almost 70% considered to 70% of items are consumed by non-vegetarian, and industry growth is about 12 to 15% per annum, which is compared to the national GDP growth of 9%, and this is with reference to 13-14. On the other hand, what are the challenges? This has a large wet market for 80% Indian poultry meat sale. So there is a very high market. What are the challenges? We have a skill deficit. About 39 veterinary colleges and other sectors are there, but they have failed to keep pace with growth of industry. Demand for increase in efficiency at all levels of value chain. Another very important challenging aspect is the high cost of logistics for feed ingredient. The bringing of the feed from different places takes the most of the cost. These are the challenges, so these are the strengths, and we are hopeful of it. So this you can see how the things are made. It is extremely hopeful, about 12 to 15% average annual growth. India is about 90,000 crores value of Indian market. Revenue in March 14, we got about 565 crores. We have been the major importers of Indian poultry product to Oman, Germany, Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, and Afghanistan. This is refers to the global production. How much the global production is 90.45 million tons, and egg is 64.25. Consumption of poultry is about 88.41 million tons, and egg is 62.12 million tons. As I told you, the cost drivers are the feed, logistics, and housing of equipment, operation cost, packaging, logistics is 5%, and other costs and taxes extra. That almost takes about 30 to 40% of the cost of production. We have to have the drivers of low feed cost and economic of sale have to be looked into. This is something that is of great challenge as far as the India is concerned. Another very interesting area of concern for us is the nutrition and physiology. As I told you in my slide, nutrition and nutritional biochemistry is something that we should concentrate on. Like the nutritional physiology under the heat stress, because of tropic nature of the country, being a tropical, we have a extreme cold some places and extreme heat some places. Some areas are completely wet areas. We need to have heat stress relief, primary feeding care, primary feedings, special feeding, hydration and supplementations, then miscellaneous care. These things have to be done for a healthy livestock such that they are complete of the nutrition physiology so that the product that we get is full and complete. But one of the concern that has come up in a recent time is how we are managing our systems. As I told you in my beginning of talk, the animal welfare and animal management have also raised a question on the climate change, how much the climate change is influenced by the animal. If we always speak of that the vehicle is responsible for creating environment pollution, jets and planes are responsible causing high level of CO2 in atmosphere. If you compare with the car, how much of the food product will cause CO2 equivalent emission for producing half a pound of the food, and is equated with the emission of driving. If you take a potato will take something 0.13 pound of CO2 equivalent. That is almost 0.17 miles of car driven, where 1 mile is 1.6 kilometers. So you will find that even a potato is causing the CO2 equivalent. Apple causes 0.2, that is 0.15 pound of CO2 equivalent. Asparagus causes something 0.2. Chicken, 0.55 pound of CO2. And pork is for contributing 2.52, that is 1.90 pound of CO2 equivalent. And beef is responsible for 9.81 miles, that is equivalent of car speed, which is equal to 7.4 pounds. So you'll find that of the food, the beef or the cattle food are the maximum CO2 is equivalent is produced into the environment. And thus you find this plays a significant role in the CO2 addition, contributing to CO2 addition. How is the other impact of environment on the livestock industry? If you look, you'll find 30% of the planet land surface is occupied by livestock. So 30% is. Then 30% of national water footprint in the US alone is covered by water. Then you find human-induced greenhouse gases is due to 14.5%. And pastures, rangelands have been degraded due to overgrazing and erosion, that is about 20%. And added to that is something about 30% is being given. So you find almost 30% is being added up. As a greenhouse, the 32 fertilizer add up for 14%. Then general farm production is about 14%, and 40% of this is the absorption of the greenhouse gases takes place. So we find that livestock population, this is the livestock population, which I already shown it. These are the major species that have been contributing to it. And this is the sector-wise growth rate that we have it. So you find that the maximum growth rate is coming from Andhra Pradesh per capita income output, and the market capital. This is how much is India consuming? The global meat consumption in kilogram per person per year, if you consider 2007 data we have, you find that it's only 3 kg. So this much 3 kg per person per year Indians consume free. Compared to United Kingdom, it is 86 kg. Australia comes to 121 kg. And United States is 125 kgs. In India, if you consider total this thing, in India, if you consider it is something, the bovine meat is 2.1 kg, then sheep and goat 0.7, pig 0.4, poultry 1.7, other meat is 0.1, total consumption is 5.2. Now we'll speak how this has been contributing to livestock and environment. This is what you have it in Nordics report. The grass, the CO2, to all the photosynthetic mechanism, including the nitrogen and phosphorus, the food, whatever they are eaten up and excreted. What we're getting is about 70% methane emission come from man-made source, 70%. And this animal contribute about 30% of the man-made. This methane that has been given out by the cows. So you can, there was a lot of, in 2010 to 2013, most of the people from ICMR and all the people, ICAR, people have been speaking about the methane as a great contributor, and responsible was cow. Look at the situation in India. If when you look into this aspect of India, you will find that what are the food the cow eat? Cow are eating the waste product which are thrown out with garbage. Many of the cows, they die of it. So what are the emission? The emission is greenhouse gases that is coming up with 27 kg per kilogram what the cow is getting. Production of emission is consumed by beef is 56%. The production emission from unavoidable waste is something in 19.4. Okay. So this is the food which you are taking in. When the cow or the animal is feeding on unavoidable waste. This scenario, it looks much better than the one that is been found here. Here you find everything's clean. And if we consider, if you give such kind of a food to cows, what is interesting is that from 56%, we're reducing it to 15%. And from 19%, we're reducing it to 10.4% of post-farm gate emission can be reduced. So thus you find a higher amount of food that we are eating, the cows they are eating it, forming into methane, can be reduced by giving a better food qualities. This is the meat production in developing country. This is meat production in this developed country, food consumed in developing countries is meat, then milk and cereal. And each of the milk, you find the cheese is 10.5, then the beef is only meat which produces about 20% of CO2 is produced. Okay. It's not that the vegetable do not produce, they do, but the highest number of the CO2 produced is in case of this. So if you have the food, global emission of the food, if you take 23% of food is causing 75% of gas emission, and animal product of 58% is responsible, and other food is 42%. And half of the farmed animal emission come from beef and lamb. That is, or another half is 50% is coming from the other. So if you look at the food livestock, water footprint. So I said the waste management is very important in order to understand and keep well-being of animal. Another environmental problem which we are coming is about the water footprint available for livestock animal. Water per pound of meat is this. So 520 gallon is needed for chicken, for pig is 720 gallon, 1,250 gallon for sheep and cow, we are getting 1,850 gallons of water required. This is the amount of water, whatever the resources that we have, it has to be used for the livestock uses it. Okay. Another very interesting data is that veganism, that is the people who are living with an organic farming, contribute to less of the CO2 greenhouse effect compared to the conventional farming, which goes to 629 kilometers. Okay, that is the equivalent to the car running that much kilometer. Vegetarian, including the milk, we are finding 1,978 kilometers of car speed, kilometer run, which adds up to that much amount of the capital of CO2 release, greenhouse gas effect. Diet, which includes meat and other things, is responsible for almost doubling of it, 4,377, and there is hardly any much difference between whether it is an organic food or it is conventional farming, 4,758. This much equivalent of CO2 is emitted in the process of what we are eating. Now I want to come to last segment of animal waste management, which is one of the most important aspect of it. The animal waste, what are the waste that we're getting? We have to have a resource recovery. How can we do? What strategies can be done? We have to have a resource recovery. Now the resource recovery, when you do, you have to divide it into nutrient, energy basis, and on the basis of water it has. We look into energy, the energy of biogas, then we can, from energy can we make methanol, ethanol, then can we make with the help of cropland. So cropland, biogas. Biogas has to go with a digester, then you have a methane, then sludge, then soil application, then filter and compost can be done. Ethanol can be liquid, solid, and gaseous state. Another nutrient can be taken with a cellular protein, and cellular protein could be for bacterial aeration or algal for photosynthesis or fungal for aeration. The bacterial aeration can be separated into feed and water, feed for animal and feed for fish. The same animal waste can be used as an animal and fish feed. Water can be recycled and can be reused. The algal separation, and again same thing, can be feed and energy can be done. With fungus, aeration, liquid solid separation, feed and chicken and fish feed can be made, and reuse for irrigation and flushing can be done. So but the cost wise, this technology needs more input, and therefore it is not feasible. But if we evolve a technique, smaller techniques, it can be done. And it's not that it has not been done, it has been done. Theoretically, you can do it with solar panel, digester, then biogas can be generated, biogas can be used for cooking, electricity generation can be done, and sand filters can be used, and recycled water we can get. This water can be used for gardening and other purposes. So if you see from this, you find the best way of keeping clean the waste. You should have a sanitary waste, you should have organic waste, you should dry waste. This is Government of India, where you can take from home all the waste segregated into three. Then this waste, offset waste, can be put into the bag, can be sent to the common land mine. The organic waste can be treated, organic waste is incorporated at ward level biogas facility. Then it can go to the dry, then it can be recycled in the industry. All of these can be decentralized, and waste management can be from waste, doors, plywoods, all the things can be done. This kind of thing can be done, and thus we can reduce the pollution of the waste in our country. And the top 5 cities that segregate this kind of system and they follow this, according to data released in 2018, are the cities of Indore, cities of Bhopal, Mysore, Panchgani, and Greater Hyderabad. They have done the system, and they have been in doing good as far as the reducing the waste management. The very important need, can we stop the complete livestock since they are producing methane? Answer is no. You have to have agriculture, you have to have the livestock population in order to feed the billions of people, which will be 56% of more mouth will be added up in next 40 years from 2001. So you find that a significant amount of mouth will be asking for food, have to eat. So India need to save an area of 2 times of the forest area from cutting forest area and to produce some alternate way by which the food can be done. Not only that, if we need food and simultaneously we have to reduce the greenhouse gases to 4 gigaton of CO2 emission by 2050, as we are the signatories to the various agreement that have been done at the international level. So we have to bring it to our, how can we bring, this can be brought about by improved food or feed, or can be done by resilient crop breeds can be put. We have potential. We have advantage of robust demand. We have a middle class increasing affordability. Demand drivers for technologically is there. We have attractive opportunity. We have IT. We have third largest pharma sector. Fast growing contract is a segment. We third in number of peer-reviewed science and engineering publication. So we have the technology. This peer-reviewed science engineering publication, we have to transfer it in accepting and doing it to smaller things to experimental pilot plants that can be done in small colleges, college level or at village level, and then at the city level can be done. That can be done also by the different R&D, and those technology that you can doing it can fetch you patents. You can also get the innovations in science and technology. You can make small business or private activity can be started with it. Now, at the end of my slides, I wanted to wind up by telling you how we have started a journey from the animal to the various important parameters only I have touched it, keeping in mind the advances in the title of the e-conference, that is advances in animal sciences, future challenges strategy. I want to show you in the last 4 decades, India breathes free of emission for during the corona time. How beautiful India Gate looks. We can see at the behind of it, the Rashtrapati Bhavan also. These are some of the slides how the environment of Jalandhar was pre-lockdown and after lockdown, how greenery was. You can look this one. This is the president's house, Rashtrapati Bhavan, before lockdown and after lockdown. This is the India of 2020, how it looked, and how was the India of 2019 looked with dust. So we need to breathe good air. We have to breathe, control our pollution. We have to feed our population. We have to have the agriculture. We have to have livestock. But we have to evolve a strategy of how best we can use by controlling these all aspects that we are facing. What happens is sometimes we take up a good project, but it culminates into a project which gives a high cost and high pollution rate. And then in the long run, we have to abandon the project. Thank you very much for listening to the talk. And I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity as a keynote speaker to speak on this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Martin, sir, for such knowledgeable and informative enlightenment on today's subject, enlarging the vision and thinking process by and with diversified angles. Your years of research, your depth of understanding of the subject, and your ability to present it in such an interesting way produced one of the memorable talks. Thank you once again, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, madam.
I now take great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Sukanta Mondal. Dr. Sukanta Mondal is a principal scientist at ICAR, National Institute of Animal Nutrition and Physiology, Udugudi, Bangalore, Karnataka. He did his PhD from Indian Veterinary Institute, Bareilly, UP in 2006. He did his postdoctoral program from University of Laval, Quebec, Canada in 2010. He has 23 years of research experience. His field of research interests are molecular endocrinology, environmental science, reproductive genomics, molecular and cellular biology, and stress biology. He has successfully worked on the improvement of the reproductive efficiency of female livestock, particularly buffalo. He has been conferred with 13 prestigious awards. He has done 234 publications, including 4 books. He has successfully completed 10 major research projects, and 6 major research projects are ongoing. He is on the prestigious panel of office bearers in major academic society. To name a few, he is the Joint Secretary, National Environmental Science Academy, New Delhi, Assistant General Secretary, Physiological Society of India, Kolkata. He is a member organizing committee for effects of global warming on animal life, organized by American Journal of Applied Science, USA. Member of Technical Program Committee, International Conference on Biomedical Engineering and Biotechnology, Shanghai, China. He is working successfully as a member of various technical expert groups. He is serving as regional editor, editorial board member in various national and international journals. He is editor-in-chief in Current Research in Poultry Science. He was in Canada for 1 year to avail biotechnology overseas associateship in 2007-2008, sponsored by DBT, Government of India. He visited USA to present paper at 42nd annual meeting of Society for the Study of Reproduction. He visited Hungary to undertake exchange visit under DST-sponsored Indo-Hungarian project. He has successfully guided 8 students for PhD. He is actively involved in organizing conferences in India as well as abroad. We are deeply honored to have such an eminent scientist to speak on his field of expertise in today's conference. I now invite Dr. Sukanta Mondal, sir, to deliver his talk on the topic Early Embryonic Loss and Enigma. Dr. Sukanta Mondal, sir, over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. So, good afternoon. At the outset, I express my sincere gratitude to the organizers of this e-conference for giving me an opportunity to talk before this August gathering. I will deliver my talk on early embryonic loss and enigma. And this in e-conference, I hope that it will provide me an opportunity to interact with the policymakers, students, scientists, and developers of the policymakers of our country. I will deliver my talk on early embryonic loss and enigma. In a recent report, Professor Henrik Bolwin from University of Veterinary Medicine, Germany, he reported that declining fertility is a problem for high-yielding cattle. We know that early embryonic mortality is one of the major reproductive problems and responsible for 33% failure of the pregnancy in case of cattle and buffaloes. And majority of these losses occur because of the failure of signaling between the mother and the conceptors. Now, before coming to the subject proper, we should know the embryonic mortality, their definitions and their timings. Generally, embryo mortality is categorized into three categories. One is the early embryonic mortality. Second category is the late embryonic mortality, and the third one is fetal loss. Now, the early embryonic mortality represents the mortality which occurs before day 28 of the pregnancy, and it does not affect the length of the cycle. And the signs of abortions are also not diagnosed during early embryonic mortality. Now, the second category is the late embryonic mortality, which occurs between days 28 to 42 of the gestation, and it is diagnosable because the embryo and the membranes are aborted, and the obvious sign is that the animal will return to estrus as late as 35 to 50 days after insemination. And the third category is the fetal loss, which occurs after day 42 of the gestation. Now, if we see the stages of the embryonic development and the losses, generally day zero is the estrus and fertilization takes place. After these days are the days of the pregnancy. Generally, 10% embryos are losses on day zero, and then 30%. And the 30%. Excuse me, just there's some problem. Generally, the losses occurs on the day zero, that is called the estrus, and followed by the fertilization. Then 30% losses and 40% losses occurs between day 8 and day 16 of the pregnancy, that is called the maternal recognition of the pregnancy. Now, why this embryonic losses is a concern? Because of the loss of valuable offspring and their production, increased maintenance cost of the animal. Thirdly, it hampers the genetic progress, and it also hampers the advances in assisted reproductive technology. Now, if we see the causes of the embryonic mortality, various factors are involved, mainly the genetic abnormality, nutritional stress, then infectious agent. Fourth one is the thermal stress. Fifth one is the endocrine imbalance. Sixth one is the reproductive management program, inappropriate insemination, and the uterine environment. Now, if we see the genetic causes, generally 5 to 10% losses occurs because of the genetic abnormalities, which occurs within first 2 weeks of the pregnancy. If there is an abnormal chromosomal number, it will cause the abnormal growth of embryo and death within the first trimester of the gestation. It has been reported that the gross chromosomal defect is mainly responsible for 3 to 5% losses in case of bovine. Now, coming to the second cause is the thermal stress. Generally, thermal stress is responsible for 10% embryonic losses in case of cattle. It has been reported that if the cows are exposed to heat stress during early stages of follicular development, it hampers the oocyte quality and the subsequent embryo development. Even Hoxon and the Wetman, they reported that in vivo heat stress between days 8 and 16 of the pregnancy, it increased the prostaglandin F2 alpha concentration, and it is also indicated by the reduced plasma concentration of the progesterone. Even in vitro also it has been observed that the majority of the losses occur because of increased uterine prostaglandin M2 secretion in response to the heat stress. Now this diagram explains how the heat stress affects particularly affects the fertility. Generally, when the animal is exposed to heat stress, animal consume reduced feed, so there will be a negative energy balance, and because of the negative energy balance, there will be decreased GnRH and LH release, and because of decreased GnRH and LH release, there will be low estradiol production, which ultimately leads to the poor estrus expression and poor quality of the oocyte in terms of the loss of the embryo. Simultaneously, if the animals are exposed to heat stress, generally the animal's uterine environment gets compromised in terms of the loss of the embryo, which ultimately leads to the infertility. In addition to heat stress, even the oxidative stress also causes the losses, because they are not at all bad, the oxidative stress. They are required for some biological process like sperm DNA condensation and ovulation. And in vitro, it has been observed that when the animals are exposed to heat stress, so there will be increased concentration of the reactive oxygen species, which ultimately leads to the cellular injury, and it impedes the embryonic growth and development.
Excuse me, sir.
Hello.
Sir, there is lot of disturbance in the background.
A lot of
Please
disturbance
kindly
are there.
use your headphones, sir.
I'll be
Lot
using
of disturbance in the background.
Okay.
Kindly use your headphones. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Is it coming?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Now it's okay, sir.
No,
Thank
because
you.
outside some program is going on, so
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
the problem is coming.
Yeah. Continue, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
Continue, sir.
Now the nutritional stress. Generally, cows will have less embryonic mortality if they gain the body condition during the pregnancy. But if animal lose their body condition during pregnancy, they will have a more tendency to lose the embryo. Generally, what happens? The nutritional stress affects the ovulation rate and the sexual activity in case of sheep. Even we have also seen the combined heat and nutritional stress also affected the feed intake, water intake, respiration rate, and the rectal temperature. If we fed high protein diet, what will happen? There will be high concentration of ammonia and urea. So that ammonia and urea will interfere the normal inductive action of the progesterone. Generally, what happens during pregnancy, progesterone concentration will be more, and this progesterone will try to maintain the pregnancy. So if we feed high protein diet during early pregnancy, what will happen? The concentration of ammonia and urea will be more, and that will interfere with the action of the progesterone. So ultimately what will happen? The pregnancy cannot be maintained and the embryonic losses will take place. Now the timing of the insemination is also another important cause, and this timing of the insemination is an important factor. What will happen if we inseminate too early? What will happen? The embryo quality will be high, but the fertilization rate will be low. Similarly, if we inseminate at the later stage, what will happen? The embryo quality will be low, but the fertilization rate will be high. So we have to optimize the specific timings for the insemination. So the optimum timing is 6 to 18 hours. 6 to 18 hours after onset of estrus, we must inseminate to the animal. Then the probability of embryo survival will be more. Now coming to the another important cause is the hormonal imbalance. As we all know, the progesterone is one of the important hormone which regulate the estrous cycle, maternal recognition of pregnancy, and establishment of the pregnancy. Actually, there are two major reasons for lack of progesterone. If the corpus luteum is having short lifespan, so what will happen? The luteolysis will take place before the embryo sends its signal for the presence. And the second probability is the lack of progesterone is that the corpus luteum is having the normal lifespan, but it will secrete the low concentration of progesterone. So what will happen? It will suppress the luteolytic action of the prostaglandin. Even in case of buffalo, we have seen
that the inadequate luteal function during pregnancy affected the early embryonic mortality in buffaloes. It hampers the early embryonic development. There are report also where that report says that if we supplement cows with the progesterone, it will allow maternal recognition of pregnancy to take place and there will be less chances of embryonic losses. Now the another important cause is the infectious agent. We know that the Corynebacterium pyogenes, Vibrio, Brucella abortus and the bovine herpes virus, they are mainly associated with the early embryonic death. So if there are any chances of infection of all these 4 agents, so the probability of embryo mortality will be the more. Another important cause is the asynchrony between the mother and the conceptus. Generally, what will happen during pregnancy, the embryo will send its signal for its presence. And that particular period is called maternal recognition of pregnancy. And that period is generally, in case of cows, it is day 16 to day 19 of the pregnancy. In case of sheep, it is day 12 to day 13 of the pregnancy. And in case of goat, it is around day 17 of the gestation. But if there is a failure of the signaling between the mother and the conceptus, so the chances of embryo mortality will be the more. Now this diagram explains the relationship between the embryo, uterus and the ovary during maternal recognition of pregnancy. What happens? Uterus produces prostaglandin F2 alpha from the precursor arachidonic acid. And this prostaglandin F2 alpha is the culprit molecule which causes the lysis of the corpus luteum, and this is the main culprit biomolecule during pregnancy which causes the embryonic losses. So what will happen? The embryo will produce some signal that is called interferon tau, and that interferon tau inhibits the synthesis of prostaglandin F2 alpha from this arachidonic acid. So this is the diagram in a nutshell. Now I think you must have heard about the prostaglandin. This prostaglandin plays an important role in various reproductive events like estrous cycle, maternal recognition of pregnancy, implantation and parturition. So this diagram shows the events that are taking place during estrous cycle. Generally, during estrous cycle, there will be 2 waves of follicular. This is the first wave and this is the second wave of follicular development. So what will happen after follicular development? The ovulation will take place. So after ovulation, corpus luteum will start developing, and with the development of the corpus luteum, the progesterone production will increase. This progesterone production will start increasing and it will reach a plateau around day 6 to day 7, and after that, that plateau will persist and it will regress under the influence of the release of prostaglandin F2 alpha from the uterine endometrium. But what will happen during pregnancy? During pregnancy, this prostaglandin F2 alpha release is hampered by the embryo. This embryo produces signal, that's interferon tau, and that interferon tau will prevent the synthesis of the prostaglandin F2 alpha. Thereby the pregnancy will be maintained. So this is the biosynthetic step of the prostaglandin. Generally, prostaglandins are synthesized from the arachidonic acid. This arachidonic acid gets converted into PGAH2 under the influence of COX-2, and this PGAH2 gets converted to PGF2 alpha under the influence of prostaglandin F synthase, and this prostaglandin F synthase also called aldoketoreductase 1b5 gene. Similarly, PGE2 also produced from this PGH2 under the influence of prostaglandin E synthase. So these are the different biosynthetic steps of the prostaglandins. Now we have conducted some experiment where we studied the effect of heat and nutritional stress on the maternal recognition of the pregnancy. So this is the heat stress model we developed, where the animals were kept in the climatic chamber, and their body inside the climate chamber we change the temperature as per the temperature of the outside. So the animals were exposed to around 10 o'clock exposed to 38 degrees centigrade, 11 o'clock exposed to 40 degrees centigrade, and 12 o'clock at 42 degrees centigrade, and 1 o'clock 43 degrees centigrade, 2 o'clock 44 degrees centigrade, then it was reduced to 42 degrees centigrade at 3 o'clock, and this entire experiment was conducted inside the climatic chamber where we control the temperature as per the temperature of the outside. So this was the stress model we developed, and we found there was a decrease in ovulation rate, ovarian response, supraovulatory response, and the blood biochemical parameter like glucose, hormones like T3, T4, and estradiol, and the estrus duration. So this was our heat stress model we developed in case of SIF. Similarly, we measured the animal respiration rate, pulse rate, and the rectal temperature both in the morning and afternoon. And we found there was a significant increase in the respiration rate, pulse rate, and rectal temperature in the afternoon. And it was a significant increase. Similarly, we studied the effect of stress on the cortisol level, progesterone, and the estradiol level, and we found that the cortisol and the progesterone level increased following the heat stress, whereas the estradiol level decreased following the heat stress. Then we studied the expression profile of those genes that are involved in the prostaglandin biosynthesis. We have studied this thing. So what happened? The animals, we inserted progesterone sponge inside the vagina on day 1, and then that particular progesterone sponge was taken out on day 12, and on the same day pregnant mare serum gonadotropin was injected at the dose of 200 IU. After that, the hand mating was done. Then we collected the endometrium on day 11, day 13, and day 15 of the pregnancy, and the animals were exposed to heat stress as per the stress model just now I presented. And we found that the prostaglandin E synthase expression decreased on day 11, day 13, and day 15 after heat stress. Similarly, for prostaglandin F synthase also we found there was a decrease on day 11 after heat stress. But on day 13 and day 15, there was a significant increase in the prostaglandin F synthase expression. So maybe the embryonic losses are taking place because of the increased expression of the prostaglandin F synthase. Similarly, we found the COX cyclooxygenase 2 expression also decreased on different days of the stress on day 11, day 13, and day 15 of the pregnancy after heat stress. Similarly, osteopontin expression also increased on day 11, day 13, and day 15 after heat stress. But we found there was a significant upregulation of the integrin expression on day 13, day 15 following heat stress. Galactin expression also increased, but the difference was not statistically significant. Then we studied the effect of nutritional stress on the embryo recovery, and we found that the ovarian response and the supraovulatory response was more in the nutritional stress group, but the embryo survival was less. It was 40.67%, whereas in control group it was 67.57%. the embryo recovery was. We studied the different gene expression following the nutritional stress, and we found that the COX-2, PGFS, heat shock protein, inducible nitric oxide synthase, and SERPIN expression increased following the nutritional stress, whereas prostaglandin E synthase, osteopontin, and MX protein expression decreased following the nutritional stress. We have also studied the effect of combined heat and nutritional stress, and we found that the embryo recovery was more in control group as compared to the control combined stress group, where it was 43.48%, but in the control group it was 61.36%. We studied the expression of those genes, and we found that the COX-2, PGFS expression, PGES expression decreased, whereas PGFS expression increased, and heat shock protein 70 expression also increased. But integrin and galactin expression decreased following the combined stress. In addition, we have also studied the in vitro heat stress effect on the maturation of the SIP oocyte. And if where the control group oocytes were exposed to 38.5 degree, and there were two heat stress group, one was exposed to 40.5 degree and the other was 42.5 degree centigrade, and we found there was a significant decrease in the maturation rate as compared to the control group. So these are the excellent quality of the oocyte, this is the good quality, and this is the good quality of the oocyte, and these are the oocyte morphology after heat stress, where the ooplasm became dark and the shape became asymmetric. Here the cumulus layers are coming out, they are dispersed after the heat stress. Here the oocytes and the cumulus cells, they got fully degenerated, and in this case particularly the ooplasm gets shrunken. And then we studied the different growth parameters. We found that the protein, glucose, calcium concentration, urea, chloride, and the phosphorus concentration decreased following the heat stress in the sheep oocyte. In addition to that, we also studied the effect of heat stress on the buffalo endometrial epithelial cell, where the control group animals were exposed to 38 degrees centigrade for 24 hours. But in the heat treatment group, the buffalo endometriums were exposed to 38 degrees centigrade for 6 hours, just for adjustment or maybe for the accommodation purpose. And after that, the temperature was increased to 40.5 degrees centigrade for 18 hours. And then we collected the endometrial cell at 0, 3, 6, 12, and 24 hours from both the control group as well as the heat stress cell. And then we studied the expression of the COX-2, PGES, PGFS, HSP70, integrin, and the galactine expression by real-time PCR. And we found that the COX-2 expression increased up to 24 hours. It increased, but whereas when the buffalo endometrium was exposed to 40.5 degree centigrade, there was decreased expression of the COX-2. Similarly, PGES expression also decreased, but that decrease was not significant. Similarly, PGFS expression also, it increased on 12 hours after heat stress, but it decreased after 24 hours of heat stress. Similarly, the integrin expression also, it decreased, but there was not much significant decrease. The galactine expression also we studied. We found that the following heat stress, there was a decrease in the expression at 12 hours of stress or 24 hours of the stress. In addition to that, we have also studied the effect of heat stress on buffalo oocytes and the embryos. So this is the in vitro oocyte stress model, where the oocytes are exposed to two different temperatures, 40 and 42 degrees centigrade at 0 to 4 hours of maturation, 8 to 12 hours of maturation, and 16 to 20 hours of maturation. Similarly, the embryos also 0 to 24 hours to 4 hours of in vitro fertilization after fertilization, then 72 to 76 hours, and after that 92 to 96 hours after fertilization. The buffalo oocytes were exposed to heat stress, and we found that the trophoectoderm cell and the intercellular mass decrease. You are seeing that there was a decrease at 40 degrees centigrade, even at 42 degrees centigrade as compared to the control group. Then we studied the different heat expression gene like HSP8, C2 gene expression, and manganese sodium dismutase, and we found there was increased expression following heat stress during early stages of development, means up to 4th cell stage. In addition to that, we have also studied the maternal to embryo transition gene like PAP, U2AF, and U12AF, and we found that the PAP2 gene expression, there was significant decrease at 4 cell and 8 to 16 cell stage embryo, buffalo embryo. U2AF gene also decreased, significant decrease was observed at 8 to 16 cell stage. Even U1F1 gene also, there was significant decrease at 8 to 16 cell stage. Then we have also studied the different gene like Jonah occludin gene, ETS2 gene, and sodium potassium ATPase gene, and we found Particularly morula stage, we could not find any significant difference, but particularly blastocyst stage, we found that the zona occludens, ETS2 gene and sodium potassium ATPase gene, there was significant decrease as compared to the control oocyte. We have also studied different MRP related gene like TED4, sirtuin, GATA3 and interferon tau, and we found that particularly the blastocyst stage, there was a significant decrease in maternal recognition of the pregnancy related gene in buffalo. Now coming to the CRISPR-Cas9 based, because we know the CRISPR-Cas9 has recently emerged as one of the major revolutionary breakthrough in understanding the animal reproduction function. And this year Nobel Prize has been awarded for developing the method for the genome editing to Dr. Charpentier. Actually, she is from Max Planck Institute of Science of Pathogen from Germany, and Dr. J.A. Dorna, she is also from University of California. So they both were awarded the Nobel Prize because they developed a method for the genome editing. We know that genome editing, I think you must have heard about the genome editing. There are two components of the genome editing. One is the single guide RNA molecule, and which is bound to the, particularly the single guide RNA molecule, which is bound to the Cas9, that particular enzyme. So what will happen? This complex will move through the DNA until it finds a specific match, and it will, wherever it finds a specific match, a conformational change will activate particularly this nuclease, and they will make a cut. So they will make a cut. They will modify the genome so that you can insert the foreign genome through this sgRNA molecule. So this is the molecule where you can insert the foreign DNA into this another different DNA. This is showing how the CRISPR based editing system is working. This is the DNA base to be changed. Generally the guide RNA and the CRISPR and the Cas9 nuclease complex, it will move through the DNA, and wherever it will find the suitable match, it will bind. Then it will make a cut, and so that it will make a cut so that you can insert your desired sequence. So that the DNA is edited. Using this system, generally this is having a huge prospects, particularly people are using for the liver disease this genome editing technique. Even for the organ transplantation also this genome editing technology is being used. We have a national fund project where we are also particularly working on CRISPR based editing of the gene that are mainly involved in the regulation of the maternal regulation of the early embryonic mortality in buffalo. So for that we designed 6 single guide RNA set, and out of, and this is the single guide RNA for the PGES gene, and for the PGFS gene also. This is the CRISPR, that particular plasmid. This is the place, this particular vector. This particular vector contain the Cas9 enzyme, and there is a puromycin resistant gene is attached to this particular molecule so that you can screen the transfected cell. And there is a single guide molecule, and this is the place where you can insert your desired gene, because there is a restriction site for the BBS enzyme. So this enzyme you can use to cut in that one, and you can insert your foreign DNA. This is how we have cloned this one. This is the single guide duplex. We ligated in the Cas9 vector, and that vector was transferred, and it was transformed and then followed by into the heat shock into the DH5 alpha cell. After that, we picked up the white colonies, and that colonies were plated on a LB agar plate. So this is how the colonies looks like. These are the white colonies. Then we picked up all the 9 clones, and we have isolated their plasmid DNA, which was subsequently confirmed by the U6 primer, because that primer is present in this one. Then we finally confirmed the sequence and we found whatever insert is there that is present in that gene. Similarly, the single guide RNA molecule for the COX-2 gene also we have confirmed. This is the PGES also we confirmed. PGFS gene also we confirmed that particular sequence is there after editing. This is the gene expression of the COX-2 following editing, and we found that after editing there was a significant more than 80% decrease in the COX-2 expression. Similarly, for PTGS expression also there was more than 75% decrease in PTGES expression following CRISPR based editing. Similarly, PTGFS gene also there was nearly 90% decrease of the PGFS gene. Then what we are doing, we are producing embryo, and this is the rat, how we are performing the embryo transfer in the rat. We are inserting our gene, and then the blastocyst we are isolated, and then inside the blastocyst we are inserting our foreign gene. We are inserting our desired gene, and then we are producing. So these are the knockout animal we developed. Knockout mice we developed, actually 4 mice. We tried with the 11 animal with the 11 mouse, but we could able to succeed in the 4 mice where means knockout edited mice. Now coming to the strategies for minimizing. So what we have to do, we have to develop an timely insemination program to reduce this embryonic mortality. Second strategy is nutritional strategy. Third strategy is use of progesterone. Fourth strategy is exogenous administration of luteotropic agent. And the fifth one is use of bovine somatotropin. So the first protocol is Obstinch protocol. Particularly, this is the first developed synchronized protocol where PGF2 alpha and GnRH was injected. This diagram we will explain. So the first day GnRH was injected, and after 7th day prostaglandin was injected. After injection of the prostaglandin, corpus luteum will regress at 36 to 48 hours. After that, the GnRH injection was done. After that, 10 to 20 hours, then the timely insemination was done. And this is the Obstinch protocol, and we found it was 90% effectively. We could able to reduce the embryonic mortality. Now recently the Pre-Cinch protocol has come. It is a modification of the Obstinch protocol, wherein 2 prostaglandin F2 alpha injections were given at 14 days apart, and they are administered 12 days before initiation of the first GnRH injection. So this is the 2 prostaglandin F2 alpha doses are given at 12 days apart, 12 days before the GnRH injection. Then after 7 days prostaglandin injection. Then within 36 to 48 hours GnRH, and after that timely insemination was done. So this is the another protocol. With this protocol we could able to check the embryo survivability. Then the Heat-Cinch protocol has come up, wherein it is an alternative to Obstinch and the Pre-Cinch, wherein 1 milligram of estradiol cypionate was administered 24 hours after the PGF2 alpha injection. So this is 2 PGF2 alpha injections are given at 14 days apart. Then after 14 days the GnRH injection was given. Then after 7 days again 1 more dose of PGF2 alpha, and after 1 day the estradiol cypionate was injected. So this is the heat stress protocol. So we have used all these protocol, and we found that the embryo mortality was low using this protocol. Then coming to the nutritional strategy. What will happen if we fed the high dietary level of crude protein? The pregnancy rate decreases. It has been observed that when the animals were fed 19.3% crude protein, the number of cervix per conception was 2.47. But whenever we reduce the crude protein supplementation to 12.7%, the number of cervix decreased 1.47%. Even Armstrong et al. They found that the supplementation of fish meal, it improved the conception rate as compared to the control animal. Then we have also used the progesterone releasing intravaginal devices. Out of 30 animal, we found that 9 animals were pregnant and 20 animals were non-pregnant. But when the progesterone releasing intravaginal devices was inserted, out of 28, 17 animal became pregnant and 11 was non-pregnant when the progesterone releasing intravaginal devices was inserted on day 5 to day 12. Similarly, Robinson, they also studied the PRID inserted from days 10 to days 17, and they found that out of 27 animals, 16 animals became pregnant and 11 animals were non-pregnant. Our fourth approach is administration of the luteotropic agent like human chorionic gonadotropin. Single intramuscular injection of the human chorionic gonadotropin on day 4, it increased the pregnancy rate. In control, it was 55%, whereas in the treatment group, it was 92%. Even in Holstein cows also, we found Holstein cows also another group of workers, they found 62% conception rate as compared to 47% in case of control group, where they injected only 1000 IU human chorionic gonadotropin. Even another group, they studied, they only did the artificial insemination and they found the pregnancy rate was 32%. In their second trial, what they did the insemination and they injected 100 microgram GnRH and they found the pregnancy rate was 41%. Similarly, they did double artificial insemination where the pregnancy rate was 33%. But whenever they injected 100 microgram of GnRH, the pregnancy rate increased 37.4%. So the administration of the GnRH increased the pregnancy rate. Even administration of interferon tau in case of sheep and cattle also. In sheep, Solefrancis, they actually injected intramuscularly 2 milligram of bovine interferon tau, and they found there was increased the survivability of the embryo. In cattle also, particularly Barres et al, they injected 20 milligram of bovine interferon tau, and they found there was increased embryo survivability in case of cattle. Even administration of the bovine somatotropin also at the time of the GnRH injection, or maybe at the time of insemination of the pre-cinch-Ovsinch protocol, there was 57% pregnancy rate as compared to 42% in case of control group. Even in vitro also, Moreira et al, they studied the effect of bovine somatotropin and IGF-1, and they found that both stimulated the in vitro embryo development. So this shows that particularly bovine somatotropin also can be used to check the embryo survivability. So from our study, we are concluding that we have developed the heat stress model by simulating the outside atmosphere inside the climatic chamber. We developed the nutritional stress model. The ideal recommendation was to feed 33% less of their maintenance requirement. We fed them 33% less as per their requirement. Thirdly, heat stress, nutritional stress, and combined stress modulated the expression profiling of the gene, regulating maternal recognition of pregnancy and implantation. Even heat stress also affected the growth and maturation of the sheep oocyte by altering the ionic and metabolic content of the oocytes. Fifthly, the exposure of heat stress during mid-maturation phase or maybe the embryo, it hampers the development of the blastocyst in case of buffalo. And lastly, we have targetedly edited the COX2, PGES and PGFS gene, and we found their expression significantly decreased in the buffalo endometrial epithelial cells. Thank you. So I wish to acknowledge Dr. Rafat Nahari ma'am, Dr. Imamuddin and other organizers for giving me an opportunity to talk before this August gathering. I would like to acknowledge Dr. P.K. Agarwal, the former director of the National Fund project, because they funded our project, national coordinator, director of our institutes, and all my associates like Dr. Malakar, Dr. Das, Dr. Datta, and Dr. D. Kumar, and students like Dipankar, Praveen, and the project research fellows. Thank you, ma'am. Hello.
hear me, sir?
Over, that's over.
Thank you, Professor Sukanta Mondal, sir, for,
And
such.
I'm extremely sorry because outside some disturbance is there, so that might have
It's okay,
created
sir.
a
It's
little
okay,
problem,
sir.
the sound problem.
Yeah. Thank you, sir, for such a knowledgeable approach on the topic early embryonic loss and enigma, resulting in new thoughts to be explored. It was a pleasure listening to you, sir. Thank you. Now the session is open for discussion. If there are any queries, you can ask.
No problem.
I have a question.
No.
Hello, sir. I am a student of Sir Syed College. My question is regarding heat stress and its effect on embryonic loss. You mentioned that thermal stress is responsible for about 10% of losses.
10% losses.
Yes. Since climate change is inevitable, will global warming cause a greater thermal stress on livestock animals in the coming years? Will it lead to greater number of losses?
Definitely, because the thing is that we have conducted some experiment in the climatic chamber where we simulated the outside temperature inside the climate chamber, and we found there was a significant loss of the embryo. We kept pregnant animal and we tried to wash out their embryo. We tried to wash out, but we could not able to found because there was a silent loss. So heat stress is having a huge impact on the losses. Hello.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your interaction.
Huh.
Now we proceed towards our next speaker, Professor M. David. Thank you, sir. Let me introduce our next speaker, Professor Dr. M. David. Professor Muniswamy David obtained his MSc, MAd, MPhil, and PhD degree in zoology from Krishnadev Rai University, Anantapur, Andhra Pradesh. He started his career as Inspector of Fisheries, State Fisheries Department, Government of Andhra Pradesh from 1994 to 1998. Later on, he entered in the teaching profession as Assistant Professor of Zoology at Karnataka Science College, Karnataka University, Dharwad in the year 1998 and promoted as Associate Professor in the year 2010 till 2012. He has joined in the Department of Studies in Zoology, Karnataka University, Dharwad during 2012 and promoted as professor in the year 2013. He served as subject coordinator for industrial fisheries and associate NCC officer, members in Board of Studies and chairman, Board of Examination in Industrial Fisheries and Zoology during 2003 till 2012 in Karnataka Science College, Karnataka University. Currently, he took in charge as Special Officer for Examination, Karnataka University, Dharwad. He has been awarded as Postdoctoral Fellow by University Grants Commission, New Delhi from 2007 to 2009, and is awarded as Environmentalist of the Year during 2006 by National Environmental and Science Academy, New Delhi. Recently, he has been awarded as Scientist of the Year during 2013 by National Environmental Science Academy, New Delhi, for his achievements and outstanding contributions in the field of environmental biology and ecotoxicology. His major research interests are in the field of environmental toxicology, fisheries biology, and bioremediation in the environmental pollutants. He has published 78 research articles in peer-reviewed and reputed scientific research journals. Under his guidance, 10 research scholars have been awarded PhD and 5 awarded for MPhil degree. Currently, he is guiding 8 PhD scholars and 1 UGC postdoctoral fellow. He has completed 1 major research project and 1 minor research project funded by UGC New Delhi and Hatti Gold Mine, Bangalore. At present, he is successfully handling 2 major research projects funded by UGC and DST, New Delhi. In addition to this academic excellence, he is serving as editorial board member and reviewer for various international research journals. He is also a member in many research organizations and professional bodies. After this brief introduction of Professor M. David Sir, I now invite David Sir to deliver his talk on environmental health hazards, pesticides, and its impact on health. Please, David Sir, I invite you, sir.
Hello friends, I have indeed a pleasure to introduce myself. I am Professor M. David, Department of Studies in Zoology, Carnatic University, Dharwad. It is my pleasure and privilege to have a discussion with you in a small topic. Under environmental health hazards, particularly pesticides and its impact on health. You know, the pesticides, I would like to start from the basics. Pesticide and pest. The pesticide is a substance or a mixture of substance intended for preventing, destroying, repelling, or mitigating any pest, whereas pest is, which includes harmful and destructive or troublesome animals, plants, or even microorganisms. Here, the pesticide is a one which is a commonly used in the environment in various means, in particularly agriculture. These pesticides entering in the food chain and involve in variety of ways and cause different health hazards. In this discussion, I would like to give a brief account how these various pesticides particularly impact on health point of view, including human beings. About this, I would like to give a brief account on pesticides. No doubt, the pesticide industry has become one of the largest manufacturing industry in the world, with the sales estimation around more than $150 billion, because this particular chemical, which is tremendously indiscriminately using in the particularly the agriculture, which enters directly, indirectly in the food chain and cause variety of havoc, including health hazards. The production of pesticides in India more than 1,000 tons per annum. This out of that, 50 to 60% are herbicides, 20 to 30% insecticides, and 10 to 20% is fungicides. No doubt, maybe herbicide or insecticide or fungicides plays a pivotal role in the agriculture. In spite of the variety of awareness programs conducted by the environmentalists, but the quantity of using these pesticides are not at all reduced. So the main use of pesticide in India, particularly in agriculture and public health sectors, to combat various pests and disease that affects. So here the main concern about the use of pesticides is, number one, if the pesticide effect is associated with the two things, particularly toxicity in the environment. That is, toxicity in the environment, poisoning the environment. It may be terrestrial environment, it may be aerial environment, or even the aquatic environment, and the impact on their life which is existing in the various environmental status. And it causes, apart from that, it causes human health problems. Here I could say one word: each pesticide is different and can provoke different concerns. There are n number of varieties and synergic impact varieties of pesticides are introducing day by day. So the impact is also the same. So the over last 50 years, if we say, the pesticide applications have been tremendously used in the environments. According to 2016 estimate, approximately 9,146 million pounds of pesticide active ingredients were used throughout the world. As per WHO report that about 3 million human cases of pesticide poisoning occur annually, which result in 290,000 deaths occur worldwide. This the point is very important. That is, an average, one person is poisoned every minute by pesticides in the developing world. Do not forget this statement. Okay. So the environmental contamination, the factors of this pesticide, different means, particularly surface runoff, atmospheric transport, groundwater contamination, release of industrial effluent, household and release through water treatment plants, etc., etc. These are the main entry of pesticides in the environment. If you see this in this slide, there are aerial and enclosed cap, boom sprayer, back sprayer vent, and air blast sprayer. These are the modernized the sprayers generally used the pesticides in the fields. Now there are highly instrumentations are available and using these pesticides that in the agricultural crops. Here in this slide, I would like to concentrate how the pesticide enter and cause a despair of an organism, maybe pest or including that maybe target organism or even the non-target organism. Here in the first part, if we see the toxicant it may be herbicide, pesticide, whatever, insecticide, herbicide, whatever, the pesticide, that when the toxicant is delivered, sprayed, there are two important interactions will take place. Interaction with the target molecule, alteration of the biological environment. Target molecule in the sense once it enters in the human body or organism's body, which causes variety of impact. That means it may be a hormonal aspect or maybe enzymatic aspect or any molecule and interact with any molecule and change that molecular orientation. As a result, there is an alteration in the biological environment. That means if it is impacts on the endocrine, most of the pesticides are endocrine disruptors. They disturb endocrine secretions. So some pesticides which acts on neurotoxic, they impairment. They stops the neurological coordination and all. Some are which is involving in the production of enzymes and associated things. So that like this, which alters total biological environment. As a result of this, the cellular dysfunction and cellular injury takes place. That means maybe enter in the pathway of glycolysis, maybe into the pathway of a Krebs cycle, or maybe enter in the pathway of electron transport system. As a result, totally collapsing of the cellular function. That's why I use the word despair. As a result of that, organism is collapsed. And here, general phenomenon, we know the pesticides is a broad term. This pest is basing on the type of insects, knocking down capacity. This is classified like this. Insecticides, there are n number of insecticides available in the market, which controls only insect, which acts on insect pests. Fungicides, fungi, rodenticides, and the mice and rats, herbicides, that is the control the plant pests and other to eradicate unwanted plants in the cultivable crops, and biocides. Today there are more number of biocides are existing to control variety of organisms, including bactericides and even the molecules. So here I'd like to give a brief note. There is an evolution of pesticides. Once upon a time, the people are concentrated maximum about the organochlorine pesticides, organochlorines, because this organochlorine, particularly DDT, lindane, endrine, and aldrine, and chlordane, etc., are very much toxic to the not only the target and non-target species also, non-target organism also. It has accumulation. I mean, accumulation of these organochlorine compounds are more and more and cause havoc. So that the to turn towards the organophosphates. Organophosphates and carbamates. One thing I want to say, any formulation of pesticides available in the market without the aid of either made up of organophosphates, organochlorides, or even the carbamates. Without this aid of these three compositions, there is no pesticides existing in the world. So the short-lived, I mean here the organophosphates and carbamates, when compared to organochlorines, these have some extent they switch on towards this because of the short-lived compounds do not have persist in the environment but are generally more toxic to vertebrates. That is another negative point what we come across in this group. So both, both maybe organophosphates and carbamates interfering with the ability of the nervous system and blocks the nervous conduct of nerve impulses. And also it interferes in the neurotransmitters and collapse the animal. For example, malathion, parathion, inthion, apetaker, dimethoate, acipate, diazine, like it, we can tell many number of more number of the organophosphates and carbamates available. And see here, third aspect, third generation of pesticides is there. It's called as the biotoxins and particularly the pyrethroids. The pyrethroids is entered in the agriculture field since it's having low mammalian toxic and highly toxic on insects, and the half-life period is less. In this aspect, the people are turned towards the pyrethroids, and once they use the directly plant extracts, finally the development of science and technology, they started in the laboratory and using. It is very popularly using by insecticide today, and it is also called as a third generation insecticides. It is a third generation, no doubt. Low is a mammalian toxic, photostable, less persistent, highly toxic insects and fishes. Particularly the example we can say deltamethrin, permethrin, alethrin, and xylotrin, lambda xylotrin, even fenvalerate, etc., etc. is available. So here, here. Even I'll show some slides which is related to examples of fungicides, and etc., which causes variety of disorders. Here I would like to give you a brief facts about the pesticides. In general point, today we are suffering not only for the non-target organism like human beings, in addition to the other animals also are suffering. Here, for example, take a eagle, that is particularly hawk. It's hawks, H-A-W-K, hawks and falcons. Their population is very much declined because they are these birds. If you see the metabolism of in this group of birds, particularly calcium metabolism is impaired. Calcium production is impaired because of the intoxication of the insecticides through food chain. As a result, the egg shell is very thin. Even after laying, the shell will break off, so that the incubation and other problems will create. As a result, that population is decreased. Pesticides are killing the bees because pollinators, beneficial insects. So because we are using these beneficial insects, including honeybees and all, they're moving flower to flower, plant to plant. Since these residues of these pesticides available, these example DDT and related insecticides interfere not only calcium metabolism and even the other insects. Eggshells, just now I told, egg break and embryos die during the incubation. This is a very unfortunate phenomenon seen in this group of birds. That's why the biodiversity of the particular species is getting. And here, if you go on talking about the impact of the pesticides, well, not only the target and the non-target organism, every day we are observing the news, and that the impact is increasing day by day, no doubt. The time is not sufficient to talk such incidents occur in nook and corners of the globe. Such an extent, this pesticidal pollution, the insecticidal pollution is booming and nook and corner of the world is is a menace, I can say. So coming to some example, recently it has happened in the South India, particularly Kerala state, the place called as Kasaragod. Kasaragod is a border area between Karnataka and Kerala. So here the havoc takes place, effect that is endosulfan tragedy. That means here the people lost 1 or 2 decades, continuously 2 decades, they're using the aerial spray of endosulfan to stop some particular insects. And particular places like agriculture insects, particularly mite pests, which is causing damage to the cashew plantation, particularly cashew plantation. And the places, particularly Muliyur and Padri, Amkanchi, Chimni, these are the border and rural villages, and continuously the spray of these endosulfan last 2 decades, and all of a sudden, because of the entry and the accumulation is more and more, as a result, the outbreak takes place. I mean, all the unusual disorders affected the resident of these places due to endosulfan toxicity. And I would like to show some figures because these impact in the human beings and different levels, different ways, and different means of the metabolism. You can see in the picture that how the people are. I will show some figures. So, for example, of exercise exposed to humans, given the following. You can see in the following slides how the dermatological related problems, and you will see the skin related and limbs related, and the pelagus related problems. It's very clearly in this. Yes, I think the people. I mean, so many the people who are even though 8 to 10 years old, they are not at all they cannot walk. The limb joint, freezing of limb joints, one way or other, became a burning problem. Yeah, still fighting for their rights, and this even you can visit the, you can see this even today. This is impact by through the environment. It causes variety of disorders that is, and in this, yeah. Another example, I could say the impact of embryological aspects. Pesticides and its impact on bird embryo. It has been done in my laboratory. We did some experiments. I think in the first slide you could find the first A is the first slide is totally a control. I live with all congenital environment is created. Remaining 3 B, C, and D. By giving the dose of very low doses, by making the micro-threading, micro-polling in the fertilized egg, and introduce during the period of intervals, we open and we verified the embryological development in this. So we are talk after observing the changes, I mean the impairment of these pesticides in the embryological growth. So here you can compare the first slide A, always the control, which is provided all the environmental conditions in a proper condition, proper way. But remaining B, C, and D, E, and F, if you notice somewhere the eyeballs is not developed, rudimentary of eyeball, limbs are not at all developed, even it develops, it's a partial development, and heartbeat is variation. There is the gut and related problems. There are even morphologically we have noticed a variety of deformities. It shows this study reveals even the low concentration of the insecticide will cause a tremendous impact in the living organisms, including the bird. This is another like to say. So like these are there are so many incidents, poisoning of incidents also occurred. I would like to mention few. This first report in Kerala 1958, later on, every fortnight we could notice variety of the accidental poisoning and accidental poisoning of pesticides. These are, I mean, in different conditions, like Indore, 35 cases of malaria. And I will show these are another report from the Madhya Pradesh, 12 humans who were consumed wheat, 6 to 12 months contaminated with the aldrin dust. Like this, these are the of incidents, variety of incidents we could note. In the 1984, the Harar Bhopal tragedy, that's the best example. Since Bhopal, in general, it has been observed that the organophosphorus pesticide responded to death of 70% cases internal poisoning. Like in the slide I shown out of these in India, such I mean particularly even for the suicide poisoning also, these insecticides are using tremendously. That available. Like these caustic caustic soda plant at Rajmandri and Rayalaseema Insecticide Limited, Andhra Pradesh, and Malapada village in Vinukunda, Guntur. In such places, of incidents are very common to say. And even Handigodu syndrome, and even the peoples from the Hyderabad and Secunderabad, where the women are suffered from abortions and children showed some chromosomal damage due to consumption of pesticide contaminated grapes. This information is given of Nutrition Hyderabad. So this is the one way. If we go for the metabolic level and the anatomical level, even the hematological aspect, it interferes in the blood and blood production, blood composition, blood availability, and erythrocyte and sedimentation rates, and even blood indices. I can some more examples. Here, in the coming to the respiratory and behavioral toxicological aspect, these pesticides interferes in the oxygen intake, and it shows a variety of discomforts in the oxidative metabolism process. It damages in fishes, particularly gill epithelium, excess mucus secretion and hemorrhage, impact on oxidative metabolism, changes in swimming patterns in fishes. I mean, the argo fishes, particularly living in the contaminated water, where you could notice jerks movements, jumping movements, rolling movements, and dashing movements, corkscrew movements, and I mean engulfing, coming to the surface. These are some of the behavioral changes what we noticed in the water bodies where pesticide is contaminated. And the reporting aspect, because there is research is clearly saying that it is almost 85 to 90% of the insecticides or in general pesticides available in the market which are endocrine disruptors. It interferes in the endocrine system, and their production and their regulation and their maintenance is affected. Particularly follicle stimulating hormone, luteinizing hormone, testosterone, etc. are very much affected in the contaminated organisms. They are even as a result of that, the gametogenesis process, I mean health of the gamete, fertilization capacity, and other impact it takes place. That's why the maintenance of the population, maintenance of the progeny is drastically affected. The density of the population, ultimately it impacts. There are other symptoms seen in generally human beings in the eyes, central nervous system, lungs, gastrointestinal system, glands, muscles, and the heart. I list out some of the symptoms seen in the non-target organism like human beings, particularly fatigue, dizziness, headache, tremors, ataxia, seizures, even coma, insomnia, and mental disorders. I mean wheezing, and even nausea, vomiting, diarrhea. Muscular weakness, and trachy, brady, BP rise and variations, blood pressure variations, and miosis, and blurring of eyes. These are the very, very common symptoms seen and the non-target organisms, particularly human beings, due to pesticide impact. And if you see some, there are the researches available for health risks, particularly children. Because of the intoxicated, because of the pesticide poison, there is a lot of asthmatic problems, bronchitis, asthma, allergy problems, respiratory disorders, cancers, neurodevelopmental problems, small age at birth, congenital defects. That's what particularly these congenital defects also very much and days. But in the impact of impact of pesticides and this cancer, there is a direct relation between these two. There are 70 to 80% of the insecticides or in general pesticides used in the market. They have carcinogenic. That is, it causes a cancer like brain tumors, breast tumor, pancreatic cancer, lymphomas, leukemia, kidney-related cancer, prostate cancer, lung cancer, including ovarian cancer. I will show today here. I will show some photographs related to the mortality of the fishes due to the pesticides and toxic environment. This is showing how the pesticide is entered through biotransformation, bioconcentration, bioaccumulation, and biomagnification process. Every biological person can understand this, how the trophic level, ecological niches is placed. So from if you see the insecticides which are pesticides enter the environment, from the primary producers to up to tertiary consumers is going on, entering, reaching, and the reaching quantity is double or even. This figure, there is a bioaccumulation of DDT. I'll show on the example how 0.04 concentration in the primary level, it comes to the top level, in the tertiary level, it becomes 13.8 ppm. Such an extent, the phenomenon takes place. So another small example, we take some experiment by using the pesticides in the chickens. One old day chicken, carbofuran intoxication, and the plan of this, the oral dose of 3 to 4 mg per kg body weight of chicks for that means 1/10 of the specificity used for 30 days. After 30 days, constantly with use and maintain, and the environment relevant concentration. So this is after 30 days. We are noticing variety of changes, including morphological changes, behavioral changes, anatomical changes, even what I discussed in the previous week, that is we confirmed. In the here, Maripaz used for this experiment, and the body morphology and the different level we made, and we concluded. I will show some of the changes. Toes. It is a one-time major disorder seen in the particular environment relevant concentration. We are injected, not injected. We are feeded with shake for 30 days. So we notice this is the fructose. Fructose means the pelagic. You can see that in the photograph, the bending of fingers. Pelages. The toes are bent either laterally or medially or horizontally playing. This is a twisted. The examination reveals twisting of pelagus. This is a very, very immediate symptom what we notice. To the other systems, kinky back disorders, the ventral dislocation of anterior end of the articulating fourth thoracic vertebrae. This is also another very notable observation. The affected birds sit on their tail with their feet. They cannot stand perfectly because the limb joints limb bones, limb joints are totally stiffened and highly inflamed with a lot of pain. And here the slippery tendon, another disorder, what we see, the joints are not able to holding properly. The tendon is somewhat slipped. As a result, joints articulation is totally affected. That is, you can notice the birds, even after 30 days of continuous observation, you could notice a variety of symptoms. And this is osteochondrosis, another peculiar disorder we noticed. That is proliferation with the lack of removal of the vestibular the cartilage, especially cartilage, dyschondroplasia. That condition is called as a dyschondroplasia. And when the end of the bone enlarges and become weaker, the bone compresses when heavy birds stand. These birds are in pain, with a lot of pain, when they are walk, and quickly they cannot stand long, they cannot walk. Immediately they try to sit. This is the symptom you could find, the osteochondrosis. And this is paralysis, partial paralysis of leg. The limbs or get paralytic stroke. The toxin affects the nervous system by preventing impulses of transmission to muscles, leading to placoid paralysis. This is, the birds are neither able to use their wings and legs normally or control their third eye. Like this, you can see in the lesions in the skin. Other things, slippery tendon. Just we cut open the body, leg, and observe how the tendons are slippery. And even you can notice how the inflammation of the joints, etc. And the same thing we are make it an X-ray as a treated, control, and treated and with control with a different period. You can notice the central is the original one, both the sides. At treated aspects, you could find how the inflammation of the phalanges, how the joints are getting inflamed, how the swellings takes place. You can see very clearly in the X-ray. And total bird also, we are controlled and treated. We made a complete sonoscan, DITEC Diagnostic Center, where also we are able to recognize the endoskeleton setup and endoskeleton nature, etc., etc. These clearly. There's another symptom, that is a development of that is a bulgus or varus deformation. That is a long bone, that is deformities. That is bone growth also you could notice. How the bone is get bent. And these are because the lack of time, I'm not able to explain much. In this slide, it gives very clear information, because many of the skeletal deformities in the chick result in birds unable to walk. There appear to be a chronic pain as well as anxiety associated with aggression from the other birds, and with the difficulty to getting feed and water. That's what is even we are operated. We make open the skeleton, and we notice you can see how the skeleton, the femur bone is bent, etc. You can notice in this figure. That's why I would, in this short discussion, I would like to say, today the indiscriminate use of these insecticides or pesticides, and a lot of awareness is needed. What is if the pesticides are used excessively without any boundaries, what can the impact of the pesticide on the humans? What will be the future of the generation to the generation comes? These are the leftover questions. For that answer is from the present generation. This my feelings is so we are the educationally, or we are the custodians of expressing our ideas to the common man. Our responsibilities is to express to the common man to avoid. We educate the common man, even and we should make good policies for the government to reduce the use of such a toxic compounds, particularly in the agriculture, because from the agriculture only the non-target organisms are directly affected. That's why in this discussion, the impact of pesticides have a variety of disorders, variety of discomforts, variety of problems related to the environment, and we have to all together cooperate in this to educate our people to minimize the use of pesticides. Thank you very much. I thank all the authorities given this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. M. David, sir, for enlightening presentation. We appreciate having this mysterious area clarified and making us aware about the impact of pesticides on human health and how it can be a concern to the health risk to the children as well as animals. Proceeding further, let us introduce our next guest speaker, Dr. Sunil Kayasth, sir. Let me give a brief introduction. Dr. Sunil Kayasth, sir, presently working as an associate professor at Deshbandhu College, Kalkaji, University of Delhi. He has been in this teaching field since 2005. He has completed his MSc in zoology in 1999 from Maharshi Dayanand University, Rohtak, Haryana. He has completed his PhD in entomology in 2016 from University of Delhi. His field of specialization is biochemistry and entomology, mainly focusing on insect reproductive physiology and behavior. He is highly credited for his academic achievements. He has participated in many national and international symposiums and workshops. He has also chaired as a resource person in an Inspire internship program in 2012. He has also been a member of many organizing committees, and recently in 2020, he was a convener of International Conference on Natural Products and Human Health. He has presented many papers in international conferences. To name a few, 8th International Symposium on Molecular Insect Science, Barcelona, Spain, in 2019, 19th International Conference on Entomology, held at Paris, France in October 2017, 25th International Congress of Entomology held at Orlando, Florida, USA, September 2016, International Chemical Ecology Conference held Melbourne in August 2013, and ICER held at Malaysia in November 2012. He has also published many papers in national and international journals such as Polish Journal of Entomology, Victor Biology Journal, International Journal for Parasitology, and Acta Ecological Sinica. His contribution to corporate life and management of the department and institution through participation in academic and administrative committees and responsibilities includes the head of zoology department from 2017 to 2019, convener of SuperNAC committee constituted by governing body, member of electronic library and knowledge management to develop e-infrastructure, and as a liaison officer. Regarding the research activity undertaken, Sir has completed an innovation project funded by University of Delhi entitled Optimizing Conditions for Synthesis of Nanofibers by Self-Assembly Approach. Let us welcome our guest speaker, Dr. Sunil Kayasth, sir. I request everyone to give their attention to Sunil, sir, and help me in welcoming him to the meeting. Today, Sir will deliver his talk on lifestyle interventions to boost immunity. Sir, please continue the session. Please, sir.
Thank you so much, Nayab. And am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, I would like to congratulate all the member of organizing team of Department of Zoology Sir Syed College of Arts, Commerce and Sciences, Aurangabad, for organizing this one-day national e-conference on recent advances in animal sciences, future challenges and strategies. I feel privileged to be associated with this e-conference. I'm Dr. Sunil Kayast, and today I'm going to deliver a talk on lifestyle intervention to boost immunity. Since last 1 year, we are struggling with the COVID, which is a major challenge of the 20th century. 31st December 2019, in the city of Wuhan, China, this pandemic had been started, and the causal agent was corona, SARS-CoV-2. Earlier, loads of coronavirus also impacted the human civilization, but this SARS-CoV-2 is more and more dangerous than the earlier one. And for the treatment, only we have to rely upon the symptomatic treatment. That will be the core management strategy worldwide. There are 3 stages, stage 1, 2, and 3. Stage 1 is an asymptomatic incubation period with or without the detectable virus. Stage 2, non-severe symptomatic period with presence of viruses. And stage 3, which is more deadly and more dangerous, where it causes severe respiratory symptomatic stage with high viral load. And majority of the COVID-19 patients, they enter only stage 1 or 2 before achieving the viral remission. Although different vaccines are at the verge of administrative approval and some are being under use on emergency basis, but in the last whole year, the general supportive care symptomatic management was the core recommendation for the management. So totally we were relying upon the symptomatic treatment all over the world. Let me introduce about the theme of my talk. I'm going to talk about the intervention of lifestyle diseases to boost the immunity. So in last 1 year, we could see what is the role of immune system to control not the corona type diseases, the other diseases. So the immune system has a huge role to control the disease progression and outcome. People who are immunocompromised, like old people, comorbid peoples, or the ill people, they are highly susceptible for the different kind of infection. And for effective strategy, optimization of immune system with symptomatic management is a prerequisite for the disease control, whether it is corona or different kind of infectious diseases. Before going ahead, let me brush up our understanding about the immunity. Okay, I will go very fast, and I may skip some of the slides which will not be relevant, as I know these are very introductory slide, and that will help us in the brushing up our information and knowledge about the immune system. We are surrounded by a different kind of pathogen, whether it is virus, corona, this carcinogens, pollution, germs, parasites, fungus, bacterium, toxins. So we are surrounded by a large number of these disease-causing agents, right? And our body try to invade, try to escape from all those pathogens. And fortunately, we have a very strong defense system, which we call our immune system, which have the ability to resist or eliminate potentially harmful foreign matter or abnormal cells out of the body. Immune system is not simple, it is very, very complex. And there are different levels, just like our nation is guarded by different level of defense, whether it is border security force, internal security force, industrial security force. Similar way, the immune system, they have different level of barrier. In this, the skin act as a physical barrier, lining of mucous membrane that also act as a physical barrier which prevents the entry of foreign particle, foreign pathogens inside the body. the body secretion like tear, mucus, etc., they have antimicrobial activity, which prevent the entry of this pathogen if they take entry inside the body. The next level is the blood cells and our vasculature, like WBCs. They also capture the pathogen if they took entry inside the body. Bone marrow, liver, lymphatic system, and most tissue, they have their own resident immune cells, which prevent the proliferation, multiplication of the pathogen if by chance they take entry within body. The immune system, they perform diverse kind of activities. They simply defend against the invading pathogens. If some pathogen take entry, they remove it, or the worn out cell, the dead cell, that is also the role of immune system. Identification, destruction of abnormal or mutant cells is also the chief role of our immune system. Everyone knows that during xenoplasty, or if we take organ from somebody in a close proximity, close relative, even our body have a tendency to reject that organ. So body can't tolerate, it cannot tolerate any foreign particle to be taken inside. So it rejects that. And if there is an inappropriate response, like the allergies, that is a response to normally harmless substances, and autoimmune diseases. These are also the negative side of the immune system, where our immune system fail to recognize their own cell type and produce active immune strategy against our own body organs. So such type of autoimmune diseases we are also struggling in today's scenario. If we see the immune system, it can be classified into innate and adaptive immune system. The innate immune system, which we take from our parents, that is by birth, by born, we classified it as an innate immune system, which is non-specific, and we call it as a first line of defense system. And the second, that is adaptive, we acquire it during our lifetime. Let me share with you that within 6 months, or if a child take birth, after 6 months, why it becomes susceptible for the infection, why a newborn baby get first fever or first cough, first viral infection. That is basically because when it starts crawling, touching the object items, they take the pathogen inside their body, and that's a small baby have very weak immune system, but that doesn't mean that is not good. Entry of one or different kind of foreign particle within our body, it actually activate our immune system. That is known as adaptive immune system or acquired immune system. That's why we say, let the play child in mud, let the play child in soil, so that he or she can adapt, he or she can develop its more and more adaptive immune system, which would be required for the whole life. It is saying that those people who were they were sick in their early childhood, they have more immune system, active immune system, than the one who remain in a sterile condition or a very good conditions. So the typical immune system, we can see if any foreign particle, like the invading microorganism or pathogen, if they take entry inside the body, that the first immune system, that's the innate immune system, which rapidly responds to broad range of the microbes. That is the external defense and internal defense. So first, the pathogen and encounter with our external defense, that is the skin, mucous membrane, and secretion. If these external defense has been evaded by the pathogen, then our second internal defense system work upon that and try to evade, try to flush it out from the body. If still internal defense system fails, then our acquired immune system, it start to act upon the invading microorganism. Let me tell you, 95% we are, we got viral infection, and this viral infection take time to activate the acquired immune system. If we have a fever for 3 days, then our internal defense system will try to clear the infection. If still the infection persists in our body, then sixth or seventh day, our acquired immune system will get activated, and that acquired immune system will thrown out the pathogen and will stop the multiplication of the invading pathogens. If still beyond 7 days, there is a infection within body, at that time we would require certain medication, specific medication. If it is a bacterial infection, then we would require certain kind of the antibiotics. But once we approach a doctor on the first day without knowing whether it is bacterial infection, viral infection, doctor will prescribe antibiotics. And it is not a standard protocol of WHO. WHO says first we should go for the diagnosis, whether the person is suffering from bacterial infection, viral infection, fungal infection, or other type of infection. After diagnosis, we should give accurate treatment. But in our country, the medical practices, it is not up to the level that at the first day we start the antibiotics. And let me tell you that in coming future, we will face a huge problem, that is antibiotic resistance. Although we have a broad range of antibiotic available for our this infection or diseases, but due to non-judicial use of this antibiotic, they will create antibiotic resistance in our population. So that is a major challenge for us. Innate immunity and acquired immunity, they differ in innate immunity immediately starts, not antigen specific, no memory cells are produced. But in acquired immunity, there's a lag period. After 6-7 days, adaptive immunity starts. It is antigen specific and it develops certain memory cells. That memory cell will remain the antigen within their memory cell. And if in coming future, that same kind of pathogen enter inside the body, then against that memory cell will immediately recognize and produce antibodies and activate the other immune cells to protect the body. So the innate immune system we can define, classified as external defense and internal defense. I will not go much in detail about the immune system. I will just brush up the understanding or information. So the mechanical factor which act as an anatomical barrier includes skin, mucociliary escalator, and flushing action of the saliva, tears, urine, etc. Similarly, the chemical factor which prevent the multiplication or entry of the foreign particle inside the cell or inside the organ are the this chemical factor which act as an anatomical barrier are the peptide in sweat, hydrochloric acid in stomach, lysozyme in tear and saliva. So the biological factor, this is again very, very interesting upcoming science. And earlier we were not knowing about the biological factor. The number of the cells we are harboring within or outside our body are more than the number of cells present in our body. And this biological factor includes certain friendly bacteria which are residing in our skin, on our skin and within our body. They are very, very important biological factor which act as an anatomical barrier. If we destroy this biological factor, biological environment or microbiota of our body, then we can't survive. They do lots of service, immunological services for us. So we have to maintain this biological factor in a very good shape within or outside the body. So the normal flora, the microbes in our many part of the body, like nasal cavity in the mouth, on the skin, in the lungs, even stomach, in intestine, in the rectum. So you must have heard that there are certain microorganisms which help in the digestion of the food. There are certain microorganisms which are residing on the skin, and these microbiota, basically, they prevent the entry of pathogens. They compete for their space and food, and they invade. They don't allow for the entry of this pathogen within body. So that is a biological factor which acts as an anatomical barrier. If we see the human blood, that act as a very important immune system. Human blood, which is made up of 55% of plasma and 45% of the red blood cells, and a very buffy coat, which carry the component of the white blood cells and the plasma cells, which play an important role in the immune system. They work for the complement protein, they secrete, the plasma carry complement protein, coagulating protein, cytokines. We will discuss in detail cytokines about, and these act as an extracellular material, which play an important role in the immune system. These white blood cells, granulocytes, agranulocytes, they are also very, very important. They are the chief warrior for the defense system. They circulate within the body and they can reach up to skin, they can reach any organ. So basically the WBCs play an important role for the immune system. The monocyte, eosinophil, lymphocyte, neutrophils, basophils, we will discuss in small detail one by one in next few slides. So the lymphocyte, they are more and more important because they differentiate into B lymphocyte and T lymphocyte, provide humoral immunity or cell-mediated immunity. The natural killer cell is again an important aspect of the WBCs, which play an important role in the immune system. Neutrophils, like they are the most abundant. They constitute about 70% of the total WBCs. They are efficient phagocytes and the most important cell in the innate immune system. The phagocytes, they are big eater and they find and eat and digest the microbes when they take entry within the body. So neutrophils are very, very important. Neutrophils, they do this type of activity. They phagocytize the pathogen, engulf, phagocytized, bind with the lysosome. Lysosome is a granule which is very, very important cellular organelle. And the most important thing about the lysosome is that it carries around 22 different kind of the hydrolytic enzymes. And they can digest any kind of the organic material present on the earth system, let me tell you. So the granule, this lysosome, when they bind with the phagosome, they engulf the organic material, whether it is present in the membrane form or the cytoplasm or in the nucleus, they destroy it and basically prevent the infection. So this is the beauty of these neutrophils, which act as a macrophage or phagocytized cells. So the lysosome that digests bacteria, cell wall, and other antimicrobial proteins. So I have discussed about the lysosome. Additional role of the neutrophil is that they present antigen. So they are also antigen presenting cells. What kind of the antigen has been invading inside the body? They basically recognize it and they recognize it and send the signal and send the information to other immune cells so that they can work upon them. So in that way, that is the additional role of the neutrophils. Monocyte, another cell of the WBC, is very, very important. They migrate into the tissue and become macrophage. Macrophage, you know, they are the phagocytic cells, large phagocytic cells, which can work. This monocyte can differentiate into the alveolar macrophage, osteoclast, histocyte, Kupffer cells, microglial cells, intestinal macrophages. So where they reach, they will basically engulf, they will kill, they will digest the pathogens once they encountered. So they are the big eaters. Phagocytosis of the microbes in tissue, that is a role of the neutrophil, that is the role of the macrophages, and they also do the antigen presentation. Next cell is a natural killer cell. The name itself indicates that is a killer cell. It don't, left any foreign particle if they encounter with it. So this killer cell, this cartoon very interestingly showing that the infected cells, whether it is a bacterial infected cells, cancerous cells, viral infected cells, the killer cell identify it and kill them. So this T lymphocyte basically, that is an important part of the immune system. They kill bacteria or infected cells or kill cancerous cells. Natural killer cell differentiate, this cartoon again indicate if it is a normal B cells, it would like to shake hand. But if it is a transformed B cells like cancer cells or virus infected or bacterial infected cells, then that transformed cell will not represent the normal protein code on their cell membrane, and immediately the natural killer cell will identify it, and instead of shaking hand, it will kill, it will destroy this infected cell. How these natural killer cells identify, it depends upon the MHC. The major histocompatibility complex which are present on the healthy cells will be recognized by the natural killer cells protein. And if it's the infected cells, definitely this natural killer cell will identify that it is a foreign particle, it is a foreign agent, which is not the own body part, and it will release certain of protein, or it will engulf, or it will kill it to avoid the further infection. Another is the toll-like receptor protein, which are secreted by or present on the macrophage or few other cells. They conserved across the vertebrate. Whatever the kind of vertebrate, every vertebrate have the toll-like receptors, and they also play an important part in innate immune system. I will not go in much detail about the immunology. I want to come on the main aspect of my presentation today. So the toll-like receptor, what they do, they look out the microbes for their components, they bind to the microbes, and they trigger the cascade of event to kill or to protect against the pathogens. So these toll-like receptors which are present on this cell, they recognize and activate the other cell to act upon them. So this cartoon again indicate that this toll-like receptor, they are watchdog. And if some foreign particle they face, then they immediately alert the other immune cells to work upon this foreign particle. The toll-like receptor, this toll-like receptor, they bind the foreign particle and immobilize them to move in other cells. So this toll-like receptor also does this activity. Toll-like receptor binding to the microbes, then they do inflammation. Inflammation that enhance the immune response, and that also secrete the cytokines or interferons to prevent further infection. They activate the phagocytic cells to do phagocytosis of the infected cells, and they also start the killing of the infected cells, and apoptosis of the infected cell is another the contribution of the toll-like receptor when they bind with the microbes. So in total, we can say internal defense, innate response, internal defense system that come into play when the external defense system are breached. So neutrophil, monocyte, or macrophage, natural killer cell, toll-like receptor cells, they work upon the pathogen. Cytokines, they are very, very important biomolecules secreted by our various kind of the cells. They affect the behavior of the other immune cells. Once the cytokines, this is a cytokine gene, once they encounter certain foreign particle, the cytokine producing cells secrete cytokines. The cytokine bind with the receptor of the target cells, where a cascade of reaction get activated, and loads of biological proteins, cytokines, they are released. These biological effect, they will definitely activate other immune cells to work in a coordinated fashion. These cytokines are released by neutrophils, macrophages, and the toll-like receptor that bind to microbes, also secreted by different kind of cells, natural killer cell, lymphocytes. These all cells, they secrete cytokines. There are different kind of cytokines like interferons, interleukins, or tumor necrosis factor. I will briefly describe them one by one. The interferons itself indicate that they interfere the multiplication of the viruses. That is secreted. That is a secretory protein. That is a key antiviral proteins. So they warn the neighboring cell that a virus is around. If we do not have the interferons, most of us may die of influenza virus. That is a small infection of the virus, and this small influenza virus can kill the whole population if we don't have these interferons, which provide immunity to the normal cells. So how it works? These are the normal cells, and when some viral particle enter into one cell, then it secretes different kind of interferons. These interferons make this normal cell protected against this virus, and so they develop an antiviral state. So there's a multiplication of the virus, and this virus, even if they enter into the cell, already they have the antiviral state, and further the virus will not multiply in the cell and they develop immune against this virus. So here this cell sacrifice its life for the survival of their surrounding cells. So in that way, it protects the neighboring cells. So interferons do this type of activity. So pre-warned cells are able to quickly inhibit the viruses. So here we can say it is in happy mode, but here the first cell which was infected with the virus is not in happy mode, it is sad, but these other cells are happy because they have an antiviral state. So I can skip it. Interleukins is another kind of cytokines. There are 1 to 37 different kind of interleukins. They do not store inside the cell. They quickly synthesized and secreted in the response of infection. They also change the behavior of the immune cells, and they are secretly mostly by T lymphocytes and macrophage. So interleukins also activate the inflammation, they start the proliferation of immune system and increase antibody production and activation of the immune cell. That's next is tumor necrosis factor. It is another factor which is very helpful in the innate immune system. It helps in the killing of the cancerous cells, inflammation, and fever. So in all situations, the TNF work upon. Complement proteins are again important factor which help in the immune system to evade the pathogens out of the body. Large number of the distinct plasma protein that react with the one another. These are the C1 to C9. This complement protein can be bind with the microbes and coat the microbes. Once they bind with the microbes, they also help to activate other cells and help in recognition of the microbes. Okay, so essential part of the this innate immune system is by complement protein. They enhance the adaptive immune system. So complement protein, they help in facilitating the phagocytosis. They direct lyse the pathogens and also help in the inflammation. Inflammation is very important aspect of the immune system. Once inflammation happens, it activates the huge vast kind of immune system which work upon a single site of the inflammation and help in the restoration of the infection. So how this complement protein work upon this pathogen bacterium? When the complement protein bind with the bacterium, then these phagocytic cells having the complement receptor will recognize this bacterium and ultimately help in the phagocytic activity. This protein or complement protein also help in the making holes in the membrane or cell wall of the bacterium, and ultimately the cell become flaccid and bacterium swell up and eventually burst. So another protein, coagulating protein, play an important role for the injury. If you have an abrasion, cut, or stabbing inside the body, then this coagulating protein help in the prevention of the excess flow of the blood. And the excess flow of blood is a major cause of the death in injury. So the complex pathway involve platelet, coagulating factor, and vitamin K, which play an important role. I will not do in much here. We can say the injury, and this platelet plug and fibrin clot is formed, and ultimately it prevents the loss of blood. The coagulating factor and anticoagulant that should work in a balanced way. If coagulating protein increase in the blood, then what happened? The whole blood will coagulate and we can't survive. So once the action has been done, anticoagulating factor should work upon to maintain a balance. So invading microorganism, once the external defense system fails, then internal defense system, which we have already discussed now, work upon, and if these both fail, then our acquired immune system, it work upon the infection. So inflammation, which is an important and complex biological process by which body respond to the pathogen and irritant, that is associated with swelling of the tissue and the key player in immune response. So inflammation, we can see the neutrophil, monocyte, macrophages, natural killer cell, toll-like receptor, this all cellular activity do the inflammation. So in that way, inflammation is very, very important to invade the infection. So another extracellular material like coagulating protein, C protein, and cytokine and interferons, they are also the extracellular material which help in the inflammation. So the inflammation, that is very important. Whenever we got some abrasion, cut, injury, then the mast cells surrounding the tissue, within the tissue, they secrete histamine, and this histamine help in the vasodilation. This vasodilation make the blood capillary more leaky, and these blood cells which work upon the infection, they come out of the extracellular material and do the restoration work. So we can see here the sign of the inflammation: heat, redness, swelling, pain, and loss of functions. So these are the key cardinal points of the inflammation. Inflammation, we can see here this abrasion. This abrasion make the mast cell to release histamine, and histamine activate this blood vessel to leaky and make it leaky, and this neutrophils and macrophages, they come out and engulf the pathogen or bacteria which have invaded due to abrasion. The macrophages also secrete certain kind of cytokines which heighten or activate the other immune response against this abrasion or infection. So ultimately, the microorganism, the first line defense system is that the microorganism should not take entry into the bloodstream, or if they enter into the bloodstream, then the blood cells work upon that. If they enter the blood cells, then further the internal factor work upon it. If they still fail, then our acquired immune system take care of the next infection level. So the inflammation is very, very important, and the phagocytosis initiate this inflammation that help in the killing of the pathogen. It limit the spread of infection, stimulate adaptive immune system, and initiate the tissue repair. But let me tell you, the inflammation is not always good. It is, if it is good, then we call it is a good Zilla. But if it is a bad, then we will call it a bad Zilla. So the cartoon indicate that inflammation is not at all a good in that state. It may be worse. So inflammation help in the progressive healing against certain chemical irritant, frostbite, cut, laceration, stabbing, trauma, allergic reaction, burn, or infection. So in that way, the inflammation is a boon for our immune system. But the negative side of the this inflammation is that cardiovascular diseases, autism, rheumatoid arthritis, autoimmune disease, neurological distress, Alzheimer's, cancer, these are other negative side of the inflammation. So the acute short term is good, but chronic and long term is very bad. And nowadays people are suffering from this chronic inflammatory diseases. So cardiovascular diseases, rheumatoid arthritis, autoimmune disease is coming a very serious problem for our young generations. And then Alzheimer's, cancers, these are all due to chronic and long-term or bad inflammation. So the inflammation, which is a immunological maladaptation, the chronic inflammation, which is a immunological maladaptation, is play a central role in the chronic degenerative diseases. It doesn't affect on a single cell or organ. It affects large number of the organ within our body and can cause different kind of the diseases like atherosclerosis, hypertension, cancer, epilepsy, Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson disease, multiple sclerosis, and liver cirrhosis. So the pro-inflammatory process, which are responsible for the chronic inflammation, they may worsen the underlying inflammatory process. So the disease progression and severity of the chronic disease, including COVID-19, are likely determined by highly pro-inflammatory cytokine and processes. So the pro-inflammatory cytokines, which should be the boon, now become a bane. So they can cause a chronic inflammatory diseases. So in that way, the strengthening of innate and adaptive anti-inflammatory process of the immune system is a critical step to stop the further invasion, to stop the further destruction within body. Therefore, boosting the host immune system should be the key management strategy of the disease. And this corona has told us, learned us, given a lesson that instead of searching all other medications and vaccines, we should also work upon the to boosting our immune system. And for boosting the immune system, lifestyle intervention play an important role. So the healthy lifestyle has an ability to enhance the immune functions, and it is evolving science. It is not an ancient science, but let me tell you, our pre-Veda, our historical and our ancient people, they have an idea if we will have a healthy lifestyle, definitely we will quite away from the different kind of infections. But nowadays, due to industrialization, due to globalization, due to civilization, we are losing our healthy lifestyle, and we are developing Western culture and other lifestyles which are not good at all. So different evidence, they have suggested that healthy lifestyle practice may boost immune system, because we do not rely upon our ancient history. We do not rely upon our parents, grandparents understanding their good knowledge, their traditional knowledge. We totally believe in Western culture that we are waiting for a vaccine. Let me tell you, the efficacy of vaccine is around 75 to 80 or 85%, or we can say 90%. But the recovery rate of India is around more than 95%. So then what is the logic behind the development of vaccine? If we would have taken care of this good immune system, good lifestyle, then we would have a spare very small proportion of our population under the COVID. Okay, so all over the world, a huge number of people have sacrificed their life for this COVID-19. But if they had a good lifestyle, they would have not spared their life for this COVID-19. So evidences have suggested that healthy lifestyle practices may boost immune system and they shorten the duration of disease. We have seen that the people who are having, who had this corona infection and had a very good immune system, they have come out very during short duration of time. They were out of this trauma of COVID-19. And those people who had a weaker immune system, they have sacrificed. So the unhealthy lifestyle, like poor diet, physical inactivity, stress, smoking, alcohol, loneliness, and poor sleep, they may significantly impair the immune system and predispose people to greater susceptibility to infectious diseases. So we believe in clinicians, and they have suggested that we can strengthen our immune system. That is a prerequisite and important first line measure either in prevention or treatment of the diseases. So a healthy lifestyle keeps the immune system strong. It is now clear and sound. So we can see the obese people, they could double the chance of admission in the hospital and worsen the outcome for the disease. Let me tell you, if you are traveling somewhere, you just see the belly size. 80% people who are married, they have obese belly. So that is not a sign of good healthy lifestyle. Why people have a flat belly before marriage, and why they have developed belly, obese belly after marriage? It means they have changed their lifestyle. Before marriage and after marriage, there is certainly a difference in the lifestyle, but we have to understand the importance of healthy lifestyle throughout the life. So there are certain evidences, and even the COVID-19 studies. So far, they have shown that unhealthy lifestyle practices such as poor nutrition, smoking, obesity, and associated diseases like comorbid people, they are more linked to poor outcomes. So they are more vulnerable. So in the healthy lifestyle, we will discuss the nutrition, that the first important factor which play an important role for the healthy lifestyle. It has been shown that the immune cells, they require adequate amount of the good nutrients. Nutrition doesn't mean that we require certain kind of calorie providing food. We require a lot for our immune system. So in terms of general health, I will discuss the immune perspective. So all the immune cells, we saw in previous slides, the immune cells, they need adequate supply of energy in order to effectively respond. And they require more and more during the period of infection. Every doctor says take good rest and take good diet during the infection. And let me tell you, if we have some kind of viral infection, then we should take more and more balanced diet, so that it will supplement, it will make us early recover. from the disease. So immune proteins such as immunoglobulins, cytokines, and acute phage protein requires a certain kind of essential amino acids. If you don't have that essential amino acids, then our immune system will not work upon. That's why today's it is a WHO practice that if some people is suffering from viral infection or bacterial infection, he or she should be given multivitamin and multi-minerals along with the antibiotics, along with the antiviral, along with the antifungal. So these nowadays every doctor prescribe this kind of supplement to the patient. So minerals they are required for the nucleotide and nucleic acid of the immune cells, and vitamins they act as an antioxidant and help in the defense mechanism. This vitamin, not a single vitamin play a single role. A single vitamin can play a large and diverse kind of activity within our body. For example, vitamin E can act as an antioxidant, inhibitor of the protein kinase C activity, and potentially interacting with the enzyme and transport protein for effective immune response during the infections. So as I told, as you know that our metabolism, it is a network of a cascade of different kind of the reactions. And if one biochemical reaction stop, then ultimately a huge network will get affected, and the large network of our metabolic pathway get affected, then tissue or organ will definitely get affected. So a single vitamin play a multiple role within our body. Vitamin C, everyone know that may be a particular important during the heavy viral infection when oxidative stress is likely to increase. So vitamin C, in fact, it play an important role for the immune system, and we should consume large amount of the vitamin C. This vitamin A, D, E, K, which are fat soluble, we should take in appropriate quantity, but vitamin B and vitamin C, which are water soluble, we can take in large quantity. If excess, they will thrown out from our body fluid. So vitamin A and vitamin D can directly regulate the gene expression of the immune cells and optimize their antiviral functions. Vitamin D, if we survey among our population, then, and it has come in the various kind of news media, you have seen that people of the India, they are suffering from vitamin D deficiencies. Okay, in newspaper, in TV, we always saw white tone cream, which make people fairer. Why we want be a fairer skin? We are resident of this country, and our body color, our skin color, that is up to our biological conditions and geographical conditions. We should not use this kind of fairer skincare products, which make worse situation. So vitamin D, we should take bath in the sunlight. We should consume lots of vitamin D without without seeing that we will become darker, and that the white tone people they are more beautiful and more smart. But biologically, the darker people are more smart and more beautiful. And beauty, doesn't to be considered from the face. So vitamin A play an important role. The people who are suffering from vitamin A deficiency, they might have skin problems, acne problem, pimple problems. So in that way, vitamin A and vitamin D, they regulate the gene expression of immune cells. And if they are deficient, then the immune cells genes, they will not work upon, and they will not synthesize, they will not translate to produce certain kind of cytokines and certain kind of proteins which are important for the immune system. B complex is another vitamin which play an important role for the immune system. B complex is very, very important for the normal metabolism, which is a cofactor or coenzyme or various kind of the enzymes which participate in the immune system. So all kind of vitamins should be taken through natural diet. Unhealthy diet leads to low-grade systemic inflammation caused by the maladaptation of the immune system or other cells. So unhealthy diet, they have negatively changed the microbiota of the body, and ultimately, let me tell you, what we think, what we do is basically the microenvironment within our intestine, within our body. And this microenvironment, this microorganism which are residing in our body, even they can they can play with our genes. They can stimulate, they can influence our gene, and the microbiota can be influenced by the diet. If we have a healthy diet, then our microbiota, the microenvironment within and outside our body, will be healthy, which play an important role for our phenotype. The phenotype were earlier considered that whatever the genotype we have and the environment, they both the factor play an important role for the phenotype. But the third factor, that is microenvironment, that is also a crucial factor which play an important role for the outcome of our in the terms of phenotype. So the genotype, environmental factors, and our immediate environmental, the microbiota play an important role, what we are, what we think, what we do. Okay, so when nutrition is optimal, there is a good balance between the probiotic and probiotics. Bioavailability of most of the immune promoting nutrient through natural diet, not through the supplementation. Nowadays, we have seen the so different kind of gym, which who are charging a huge hefty amount for their health, for their body shape. But we should not consume, we should not never take this such type of supplements. Supplements are meant only for those who are bedridden, who cannot take the natural diet. So we should avoid this natural supplement, and we should take natural diet and for a healthy lifestyle. So the optimal nutrition for the best immunological outcome, for that we should rely upon Mediterranean diet, which is best for our nutrition, and that include the fiber rich, nutrient dense, that should carry antioxidant, and that should carry low pro-inflammatory food like the trans fats or sugars. Sugar is basically a huge problematic for the immunological disorder. We should avoid sugar, direct sugar, chini, we can say the table sugar. It is more and more dangerous. We have heard about that the 5 white things, they are deadly, very, very dangerous. So these 5 white things, salt, okay, the salt is again very, very problematic. Sugar, maida, okay, or processed food, processed carbohydrate, they are the most important, destructor of the life. So if we compare the other type of diet, they are rich in the flavonoid, which have been found in vitro to reduce the inflammasome signaling and consequently reduce the expression of pro-inflammatory cells, like these are NF-kappa B, TNF-A, interleukins, etc. So next important factor for a good healthy lifestyle is the physical activity. And if you see what kind of activity we are doing, when we get up early in the morning, we were on bed. Then after some time, we take breakfast on a chair. Then we take a chair in the form of car chair. Then we go to office, then we take again chair. After taking some class or other type of activity, again we take chair in the form of car. Then we again come back home and we take chair. So if we see what kind of activity we are doing, that reflect our lifestyle. So for that, we have to do some optimum exercise. Optimum exercise is required for a healthy lifestyle that will boost our immune system. Heavy exercise can lead to the suppression of salivary immunoglobulins A output, decrease in natural killer cells, reduce T cells, B cells functions, and 2 to 6 fold increase upper respiratory tract infection up to the second week. So we can see the heavy exercise. Heavy exercise means if you are working more than hour, 2, 3, 4 hours. So 30 minutes to 60 minutes is a moderate or a good amount of exercise we should use. So accordingly, the prolonged vigorous intensity physical activity should be discouraged in the high risk patients. Next aspect is a sleep. Sleep is very, very important, which is essential for the essential for physiological process for restoration and regulatory properties. So sleep is an important parameter for a healthy lifestyle. If we see 7 to 8 hours good sleep, sound sleep we required. If we sleep and having snoring and intermittent, we are disturbed sleep, and we go in the bed late in the night. So these are all bad habits we should avoid. So we should take a good sleep. Deprivation of the sleep tend to alter various components of the immune system, such as the percentage of immune cells, subpopulation of CD4, CD8, and the NK cells or cytokines like IFN-alpha, gamma, TNF-alpha, and interleukin-1. The level of the subpopulation of these immune cells get decreased. So both the short-term and long-term sleep lows have been found to correlate with the increased production of many pro-inflammatory markers such as IL-6 and CRP. And in some circumstances, TNF via increased transcriptional activity was also observed. So on the basis of meta-analysis, there is absolute improvement in IL-6 and CRP level in response to the elimination of sleep disturbances. Why a child play huge and after some time it take a nap? Children can do because they don't disturb their biological rhythm. But the adult people or the old people or the people like we have a disturbed sleep patterns, which basically disturb our immune system. So if we specifically see confirmed cases of COVID-19 cases, there are available studies who demonstrate that the sleep deprivation tend to increase the level of CXL9 level in the patients. This CXL9 is a substance which increases lymphocytic infiltration. It is also implicated in the activation of pro-inflammatory inflammasomes, which help in the inflammation or chronic inflammation. So adequate sleep also ensures sufficient secretion of melatonin. This melatonin play an important role as an anti-inflammatory properties and may have a role in the reducing coronavirus virulence by reducing oxidative lung injury and inflammatory cell recruitment during the viral infection, any kind of viral infection. So sleep deprivation is indirectly associated with poor immune response by its tendency to increase higher calorific food craving. Those who have sleep deprivation, they have a tendency to take loads of sugar food. So that is an indication of the sleep deprivation. So, and decreased energy stored for the physical activity and increased substance misuse. So we should have a good sleep. Other than this sleep, we can see the tobacco and other substance abuse also worsen the situation of our immune system. Recent study has indicated that smokers are more likely to develop severe disease with COVID-19 type of infection or other viral infections. Those who are smokers, they will have more and more prone URTI, upper respiratory tract infections. So the other abuse substance like opioid, methamphetamine, and cannabis, they have a tendency to cause body to release massive pro-inflammatory cells, which cause chronic disinflammation and damage to the body. So research, they have found that smoking tend to have adverse effect on the survival of individual with infectious disease of any source. A smoker inhale around 4,000 different kind of chemical substance, and out of 4,000 chemicals, 40 are known to be as a carcinogenic. So smokers, and let me tell you, our liver and kidney, lungs, they are the most vulnerable organ, which are very, very important. And this smoker, they have very fragile immune system. The adult smoker are at increased risk of respiratory infection by several bacterial pathogens. It may be pneumonia, it may be meningitis, it may be influenza, or other kind of bacterial or viral infections. So the people who are smoker, they are more prone for the bacterial and viral infections. So the smokers, they have there are certain evidence which shows that the nasal cavity of the smoker, they have a compromised mucociliary clearance of foreign bodies. So they have a tendency to develop more and more upper respiratory tract infection. So exposure to tobacco product may be also broadly suppress important capacity of the innate immune system, resulting in effective immune response to infection from all sources. So more than 60 gene was altered in e-cigarette users. So earlier it was thought that e-cigarette is good. It is not as bad as the normal cigarette, but 60 genes was altered, due to having this e-cigarette, and it causes alveolar macrophage 2R after just 20 puffs, including gene involved in the inflammation. So it is a study which shows that e-cigarette is also not good at all, and the other normal cigarette is more and more dangerous. Study have also shown that the positive correlation between quitting tobacco and better clinical outcome. So those who were habitual of the smoking, they should quit the smoking because it is not good at all. Consumption of other substances like alcohol also worsen the immune system. So indirectly, alcohol consumption can increase the risk of suicide in self-isolating COVID patients, and can also alter the people thoughts, judgment, decision-making, and behavior, and some of which might be critical in COVID-19 cases management. We have seen that people who are suffering from this COVID, they have a tendency to do suicide, those who are smokers. And not even COVID-19, these smokers, the chemical substance, the tar, the toxic chemicals in the smoke, they develop a tendency in this type of smoker peoples. So alcohol may also affect ability to adhere to the infection prevention and control guidelines on physical distancing, lockdown. So I will not discuss in detail this. So the next important aspect that we should manage is stress. Those nowadays, even a child is under a tremendous stress, whether he will get a new smartphone or not, whether if he is a teenager, whether he will have his own like bike or a cycle, or if he's a college goer, then he will think, always demand, I should have a bike. So people all around the world, they are under tremendous stress. And this stress is responsible for the worsen, for reduction of the immune system. Stress is nowadays become a huge problem, not from us elderly people, even the child, newborn baby, in fact, they are under tremendous stress. And that stress comes in different forms. So there are scientific evidence shows that there is a direct relationship between the chronic stress and the increasing prevalence and progression of some diseases like viral infection, cardiovascular diseases, type 2 diabetes, and asthma and gastritic ulcers. Gastritic ulcer, if we survey among ourselves, those people who are under stress, they will have a GI tract infection or a sort of this type of problems. So the hormone that is usually released in response to chronic stress, cortisol, has been shown to have a potential to disrupt the immune regulation, and is especially associated with the increased pro-inflammatory cytokines such as IL-6 and suppression of catecholamine and suppression of the T cells. So stress that influence the secretion of cortisol, and this cortisol ultimately decrease or suppression our immune system. So chronic stress has been also observed to lower the secondary antibody response to infection, and prolonged stress also tend to result in the release of histamines. Excess of this can lead to the narrowing of bronchus and worsen respiratory distress, and that may result from severe COVID-19 cases. It has been observed. So stress can also have an indirect effect on the immune system, as people may use unhealthy behavioral coping strategy to manage their stress. Let me tell you, I would request Imamuddin sir and the team that they should organize one more national such type of conference on the topic to how to manage stress in life for student as well as academicians or other professionals. So the other aspect is psychological well-being and social connectedness. While people, let me tell you, a human is a species who can't live alone. Other species can live alone a bit, but if you compare with other species, human is a species who cannot live alone. That's why we are in the catchment of, why we are have been surrounded by so many electronic gadgets. And the foremost example is mobile phone. We can't survive without mobile phone today. Why? Because mobile make us socially connected with the world. But although it has a negative impact as well, but it is an indication that human being, they can't survive alone. So but it doesn't mean I am saying that one should use mobile 24 hours. So association between positive physiological well-being, social connectedness, and improvement in the human immune system to disease has been seen. So the person who have a very social gathering, very social well-being, he would be having more or good immune system than one who's living alone. So evidence shows that three psychological ill state may disrupt the immune response of the disease conditions. Studies have also shown that the isolation or loneliness may associated with the increased mortality and morbidity from the all causes. Alzheimer's patients observed that after a period of time, when patients were provided with a companion, they had early recovery and progress in the disease well-being. So the finding of meta-analysis showed that individuals who were described as having negative effect style had a weakened immune system and at a risk of the contracting infectious disease compared to the people with positive affective style. So we should have always a positive attitude toward the life. Let it come as it comes. So we always have a positive attitude. Never think negative, because it ultimately affects your immune system. There are other studies which demonstrate that the people with positive psychological well-being and strong social connection had better immune response to infections, as evidenced by the chances of serum, because the changes in the serum level of natural killer cell, phagocytosis, CD3, CD4, CD8, CD4 ratio, and free cortisol. So these are the evidences, evidences which shows that those who have positive psychological well-being have a stronger immune system. Religious coping, if any religion, any caste, color, stream, or whatever the people we are having, we faith in our religious culture, we should follow all the tradition, all the customs of our culture that make one more and more connected and more psychological well-being. So these practices, they help they boost our immune system. So we can see more example. The other side of the psychological ill people, like depression, they have been associated with the decreased cellular immune response with consequential delayed recovery from the infection disease. That's why people say that we are praying for you that God will grace you a good life, good health, and good recovery. So these things work, I believe, totally believe. So because such type of positive temperament basically activate our this neurosecretory, our endocrine system, and this endocrine system produce positive hormone, and this positive hormone have a huge impact on our immune system. So that's why we should have a good psychological well-being and social connectedness, that our surrounding, wherever we are working, that atmosphere, that working environment should be good, so that we can work together, we can produce more and more productivity. Therefore, experts have advocated that the mental and psychological state of this suspected and confirmed COVID-19 cases, because I'm taking this COVID-19 as a role model, should be regularly assessed, monitored for optimization. So these are my recommendation after this lecture, that what should be the lifestyle interventions for best immunity. So that is the takeaway message. We should have a good lifestyle. And good lifestyle doesn't mean that we have to follow a particular culture, a particular religion lifestyle. Everyone knows what is a good lifestyle. We should take good sleep. We should do our work. We should be honest. We should be sincere. Whatever the duty we have been assigned, we should do in sincerity. Okay, and we should avoid abuse. We should avoid alcohol, we should avoid cigarette and other abuse material. We should respect our elder, we should love our young one. So these all come under the good lifestyle. Okay, and we should avoid share as much as we can. So if I compare a cigarette, alcohol, any other abusive substance with chair, then I will consider chair is the most problematic issue for a healthy lifestyle. And we should have a good sleep, 7 to 8 hours. Sound sleep we require. Okay, and we should set our biological rhythm. Biological rhythm is very, very important. Upcoming, science for our good healthy lifestyle. Like biological rhythm, whatever kind of, if we have to develop a rhythm, and biological rhythm can be set any activity. If we do it for 2 or 3 weeks regularly, then it become our habit. That good habit will become our rhythm, and we will, that good rhythm, biological rhythm, also play an important role for the immune system. We should consume lots of fruits and vegetables. Fruit and vegetable, let me tell you, raw, the 70% of our diet should be raw food in the terms of fruits and vegetable, raw fruit and vegetables. Because this vegetable and fruits, they provide us all the vitamins, all the minerals, and these vitamins and minerals, they are basically the cofactors of our enzyme system. We can't survive if enzyme doesn't work. And enzyme don't work when they don't have their cofactors. And these vitamins and minerals, they are the cofactors of our enzyme system. Enzyme of all the immunological, enzymes of our bodybuilding, enzyme of our normal metabolism. So vegetable juice is a very upcoming thing we should consume. We should take 1 full glass of vegetable juice, or sorry. Water play an important role. Let me tell you, the circulation of blood is an important thing, because when there is a optimum circulation, it provides all the material to all the cells. Cell is surrounded by our extracellular matrix, and that matrix basically receive material from our blood, and blood take this material, whatever we take from the outside. So basically, every cell work as an individual, like we interact with our surrounding for material and energy. Similar way, every cell interact with the extracellular matrix for material and energy, and that material and energy come from the blood. So we should consume lot of water, so that we should remain hydrated. If people are hydrated, then ultimately we will get URTI, upper respiratory tract infection. And if we are well hydrated, then such type of infection will not take place. It has been seen that when this COVID-19 scenario came into the picture, then some reports came from the China that we should consume warm water. We should consume lots of fluid and lots of warm water. And if we have certain kind of viral infection, then the intake of fluid will help in early recovery, and our immune system will get activated, and it will throw out the infection out of the body. So increase water intake, that is more important. Alkaline water or diffuse water is another important aspect. We can take alkaline water if we have certain acidic, because the total body pH is slightly alkaline. If we have stress, if we have not good lifestyle, then our overall pH get decreased, and it becomes slightly alkaline. To maintain the it becomes acidic, and to maintain the alkaline pH, slightly alkaline pH, we should consume lots of alkaline water. That you can see upon the Google what kind of alkaline water it is. And diffuse water is again very, very important. Whatever the fruit, whatever the vegetables you have, you just put them into a warm water in the morning and let it diffuse into the water, and we should consume that kind of diffused water or alkaline water 2 to 3 liters per day. That is very, very important for our health. Physical work, I told you, we should do 30 minutes of brisk walk every day, or we should do 30 minutes to 1 hour regular exercise. Whatever kind of physical activity you can do, we should do. It is not like that we have to go to gym, we have to do yoga, we have to do or other kind of aerobics activity. Whatever kind of activity you can do easily, we should do. And we should play with kids. We should learn how to deal with the stress. That is more important. And playing with kids, playing with any kind of physical activity, basically they are the stress busters. We should consume organic food as much as we can. So nowadays, what kind of food we are taking, we don't know. The earlier speaker told us about this pesticide, how they affect the chicks and other birds. So definitely never forget the type of impact of this pesticide we could observe on the these chicks and birds. Similar kind of impact that this type of pesticides develop on our health system. So we should consume organic food. We should avoid such type of pesticide laden food item available in the markets. We should see from this vegetable vendor, fruit vendor, from where it take. Okay, and we should very good example how we can see whether it is pesticide laden or not. If you see any vendor who is selling the vegetables or fruit, and these bees, insects, they are roaming around that vegetables, or if you see certain worm, insect on the vegetable or fruit, it means that is organic. That is with least amount of pesticide. If there would be a pesticide, there would be no flea, there would be no moth, there will be no insect or caterpillar type of organism. So in that way, we can detect, we can see whether this fruit or vegetable is good for health or not. We should do some recreational activity. That is very, very good. We should be socially active. We should decrease our screen time. Nowadays, in fact, my son got, he got this spectacles during this COVID time, because every time he has to take class on the mobile or the laptop. So we should decrease our screen time as much as we can, and we should follow our different sort of gadgets. So we should go green and always keep your partner happy. That is more important. Partner that's shown a red color. If your partner is not happy, then we can't survive. So in a happy life. So in that way, this is my takeaway message to all of you. And these are the recommended lifestyle intervention for the best immune system. So these are some references where I have seen the paper for today's talk. And I would like to say thank you all. And always have a good lifestyle for best future, and always be happy and healthy. This is my regard to everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your deep insight and presenting the subject in such an interesting way. We appreciate your approach to anticipating users' intent. Thank you, sir, once again.
Thank you.
Now the session is open for asking the questions. If any one of you is having query, you can ask.
I can see the chat box if they can write if they have any query.
Yes, you can chat in the, you can post your query in the chat box also.
Yeah. And my email ID is skayast@db.du.ac.in. If someone have a query, they can further give their query on my email ID, skayast@db.du.ac.in. All are welcome.
I once again thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Proceeding towards the last, but definitely not the least program of this one-day national e-conference is the valedictory session. On behalf of the entire college, I would, our college is immensely overjoyed to take the opportunity to introduce our chief guest of the valedictory function, Dr. Kamal Kumar Gupta. A very special welcome and heartfelt thanks to our chief guest, Dr. Kamal Kumar Gupta, sir, for accepting our request in spite of his busy schedule. Sir, your presence will make a lot of difference to our respected audience. Let me give a brief introduction of our chief guest. Dr. Kamal Kumar Gupta is an associate professor, Department of Zoology, Deshbandhu College, University of Delhi. He has completed his PhD from University of Delhi in 1991. He has 28 years of teaching and research experience. His teaching expertise includes genetics, biotechnology, cell biology, molecular biology, animal behavior, and reproductive biology. His area of interest includes molecular taxonomy and phylogeny of insects, insect-plant interaction, insect reproductive behavior and physiology, vector biology and management. He has 21 research papers published in journals of national and international repute. Research papers published at the international and national conferences are more than 35 papers to his credit. Some of the international conferences he has participated are 19th International Conference of Entomology 2017 held at Paris, France in 2017, and he was awarded the Best Presentation Award. 25th International Conference of Entomology held at Orlando, USA in September 2016. 18th International Conference of Entomology in Malaysia in 2015. ICER at Malaysia again in 2013. International Chemical Ecology Conference held at Melbourne, August in 2013. 17th International Congress of Entomology in South Korea, and 16th International Congress of Entomology at Durban. He has completed 5 research projects and he has many honors and awards to his credit. To name a few: Indo-Italian Cultural Exchange Program Fellowship and Indo-South African Educational Program Fellowship. Now I warmly welcome Dr. Kamal Kumar Gupta, sir, for this session. Sir, I now request you to address our audience and enlighten them with your words of wisdom. Thank you, sir. Gupta sir, please proceed.
Yeah. Thank you. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, madam, for your generous appreciation and an elaborate introduction of mine. And let me tell you, I'm a common person with passionate to the animal sciences and zoology. And I'm a passionate teacher, I'm a passionate researcher, and try to be a good human being. And first of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Sheikh Kabir Ahmed, Principal of Sir Syed College of Art, Commerce and Science, Aurangabad, for inviting me as a part of this conference in the capacity of chief guest for valedictory. I thanks Dr. Rafat Nahari, convener of this conference. I thanks Dr. Nayab Ansari, co-convener, and I also thanks Dr. I.R. Ustad, coordinator of the conference. The conference is the integrated, the recent advances in animal sciences, challenges, and strategies. Thank you, and I also congratulate the college, Sir Syed Ahmed College of Art and Commerce Science, for organizing such a wonderful conference on the animal sciences to enlighten the students, and also to have a wonderful exposure to the exposure of the animal sciences. I was hearing Dr. Sunil Kayas about the stress, and it was such a fantastic and enlightening lecture. I would like to share some of my experience about the animal sciences, and I just want to say, first of all, when we talk about the animals, the association of animal is since time immemorable, since the beginning of civilization. You know, if we trace the root of human civilization, taming of animal, and also the agriculture. These were the two main forces for the civilization to take place, because before that man was nomad and wanderer. So what I mean to say, that association of animal was a turning point in the history of mankind, and man is totally dependent on animals for his various needs. Right? As we all know that the animals were existing much before the onset of human civilization or origin of human being. And of course, there is a wide variety of animals. It may extend maybe 1 to 2 million different species of 1 to 2 million different species of animals are there in account. Man is constantly interacting with the environment. Of course, the basic need for man with animal was for using as a mode of transport, maybe horse, for the milk, maybe cows, and also for the food, again, there are variety of animals. So that was the very first need. But with course of time, there's a diversity of need is increased, and man start knowing different animals, different surrounding animals in the surroundings, and how they are contributing to the environment where we are living. So in that way, the association became broadened, and we start knowing different aspects of understanding life. And with that, there emerged different discipline of animal sciences, let it be taxonomy, let it be a physiology, let it be a medical sciences, let it be genetics, and all these things. And it was found that animals can be used for variety of purpose, unconventional, non-conventional purpose. Besides just food and the daily need, they can be used for variety of research purpose. That was a one major breakthrough. And second was that for fun's sake, a wide biodiversity was devastated, was sacrificed. And in that case, just by hunting or poaching, a lot of animals were killed. That was the second thing. Third, the human being was in a need of expansion to have good house, good industries, good cities, and in civilization increased. And in that case, there was a cost of forest, there was a cost of habitations, natural habitats of animals, so wild animals. And we were never knowing what is the importance of wildlife, what is the importance of biodiversity. And in that case, many of the animals were kept at stake, they were threatened. So what I mean to say, later it was realized that the existence of animal is very, very important when we talk about for the existence of human being. So we cannot think the existence of human being in isolation without considering the existence of the biodiversity or the animal. And in that way, they were start thinking the holistic development. And that's why we start talking about the sustainability in the ecosystem. That was also a conference, that was also theme of the conference. I'm so happy that it was so very much planned. So if we want to have the existence of human being, we have to look in the holistic approach. We have to look into the existence of the biodiversity in total, or also we have to look at the interest of animals. And right now, all over the globe, the people, the government, the policies are considering the biodiversity when we talk about the development. Development in isolation has absolutely nothing until we look at the cost we are paying to the biodiversity or the sustainability. So these are some of the aspects. Then, some of the new areas in which the animals were being seen, because we need good medical facilities, we need good health, we need, so in that way we need to do research. And when we talk about the research cannot be done directly on the human beings, because there can be so many other consequences. Therefore, the animals were being used as the model for the research. And when we talk about the animals were being used as a model for research, earlier, of course, the primates, rabbits, and all were done. But then there were the issues related to that. Ultimately, the pain has to be felt by the animals, and why the animal shall feel the pain. So there were many issues pertaining to the animal ethics. And then it was being told that it was being come that why not to use the simple organisms, for example, a Drosophila, or some of the microbes, or some of the bacteria. There's the E. coli and all these things. So they were used as a model organism for the simple things. So what some of the approach, when we look in the animal interest, when we look at the animal ethics, then of course we cannot use the indiscriminate use of animal for the research. But of course, we need the model organism. So this means that should be done in a stratified manner. We should not use the primates or the rabbits or other higher animals for any research until they are really required, then only they should be used. So in that way, there was a shift in the research, maybe from the somatic cell genetics, maybe from simple organism like Drosophila, maybe simple prokaryote model like E. coli. And of course, then there was a zebrafish was used as a model organism. And of course, once all the research is done, then only the primates or the mammalian model organism should be used. So that there was a need for a replacement, reduction, and reuse, and judicious use of the animals for the research purpose. So that was in context to the medical sciences or the medical biotechnology. And when we talk about this improvement of the research, improvement of the animal sciences, then there are ways by which we can replenish or we can conserve the biodiversity by various methods, by various research in the conservation, as the conservation is concerned. So that is there. So what I mean to say that it's a fact that the very much existence of human being is absolutely nothing in isolation unless we talk about the biodiversity in total. So this I'll say is the carrying home message that we should be passionate to our biodiversity. We should appreciate nature. We should love the animal. We should because there's so much to learn from the animals. We should learn so much because there's so much diversity when we look at the structures, when we look at the functions, when we look at the behavior. And it is really things to observe and appreciate nature and appreciate and be passionate about the biodiversity. So that is a thing I want to give you. I want to interact. I want to talk. And again, I thank the conference organizers to give me an opportunity to speak on this platform. Thank you. And at the same time, I congratulate the college. I thanks all the participants for attending this conference, and that was really a wonderful way by which the students or a large number of undergraduate students can be exposed to this. And I expect many more such conferences in future, which can enlighten the students. Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam.
Thank you for your precious input to our audience. Motivate us all by being a living example of kindness and selfless service. Thank you once again, sir. Now I welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Shamama Parveen, Madam, a chairperson of Sir Syed College under the aegis of Rehbar Educational and Cultural Welfare Society. Welcome, Madam. Now, on behalf of the entire college, I would request Dr. Sheikh Tarannum, Associate Professor, Department of Zoology, Maulana Azad College, Aurangabad, to give her valuable feedback of this e-conference. Tarannum, Dr. Sheikh Tarannum, madam, please give your feedback.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. So, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Sheikh Tarannum Tanveer, Assistant Professor in Zoology, Maulana Azad College, Aurangabad. So, the whole world is facing COVID-19 pandemic, which have affected our life, and so academic fraternity has also adopted this new change by organizing online classes, webinars, and e-conferences. So first of all, I would like to congratulate the trustee, principal, and organizing committee of Sir Syed College for organizing a e-conference on such an important topic that is recent advances in animal sciences, future challenges and strategies. It has a vast scope in the Faculty of Science. Since the announcement of the conference, I found that the convener, Dr. Rafat Nahri ma'am, Nayab ma'am, and Ustad sir were very helpful and supportive. In the conference, the keynote address delivered by eminent scholar, Professor E.R. Martin sir, who has provided a platform for deliberation and discussion on the subject. Plenary sessions were beneficial as senior scholar and professor shared their views on varied subjects like Professor David spoke on the environmental issues or aspects, whereas Professor Sukantal Mondal depicted on early embryonic loss and enigma, whereas Professor Sunil Kashyap sir described the lifestyle intervention to boost immunity, which is another important topic for today's scenario. So all lectures were very informative and fruitful. Because of mixture of short explanation with lots of practical exercises, I felt enthusiastic and my needs for both learning and experiencing were met. I was so grateful for the clear structure and timekeeping which bring me ease about the time being used efficiently. I enormously appreciated your tips and advice, which were enlightening and helped me connect more deeply with myself. Lastly, I would like to thank once again for the impressively organized and executed conference. I thank you very much for giving me chance to share my views. Thank you.
Thank you, Taranum Madam, for your valuable feedback. Now I request Ms. Nishat Patel to express her views regarding the conference. Nishat Patel.
Hello and good evening. My name is Nishat and I am a third year student of Sir Syed College. I'll speak a few words on behalf of my fellow student participants as well. First of all, I want to thank the chairperson, Dr. Shamama Parveen Madam, the principal, Dr. Kabir Ahmed Sir, the Department of Zoology, and everyone else who is associated with the organization of today's webinar. I am extremely grateful for having the opportunity to listen to all these distinguished speakers, right from Dr. E.R. Martin Sir, who gave us a history of the advancements in animal science and various angles regarding ethics, waste management, its effects on the environment. Dr. S. Mondal Sir, who expertly explained his topic, early embryonic loss and enigma, in a very lucid way. Dr. Professor M. David Sir, his presentation delivered excellent information regarding the problematic aspects of pesticides. Indeed, the knowledge that in the developing world, 1 person is poisoned every minute by pesticides is a heavy truth that we will all bear in mind. It is only via the spread of information that we can prevent such losses. Dr. Sunil Kashyap Sir, your topic on lifestyle interventions to boost immunity, it was the need of the hour. Thank you for highlighting the various ways in which we can improve our well-being and for shedding light on the various immunological responses of the human body. Last but not the least, Dr. Kamal Gupta Sir, he shared invaluable insight regarding the history of human-animal association. It is true that we share our Earth with 8.7 million species, out of which 1 to 2 million are animals. Like he said, at the end of the day, our existence is not in isolation from other species, but rather in coexistence. While we advance our own species, it should not come at the cost of harm to others. In the face of a pandemic, it is essential for all of us to engage in academia for the advancement of our society. Today's talk has been extremely inspirational in that regard, and for that, I am very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Nishat, for your feedback. The feedback link will be shared so shortly. Kindly fill the feedback so that you get the certificate of this after the conference ends. So please be patient. Now I request Dr. I.R. Ustad Sir to propose vote of thanks. Ustad Sir.
Good afternoon, professor, teachers, research, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I thank God for affording us the opportunity to get together It gives me immense pleasure this evening to propose vote of thanks to our eminent guest joining us in the experience for all of us. On behalf of Sir Syed College, I thank you, our esteemed chief guest, keynote address, Dr. E.R. Martin, uh, Department of Zoology, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University for delivering the in this all it is gratifying to see that the guest of honor, the president of Rahebar Educational, Cultural and Welfare Society, Dr. Shamama Parveen, has spared her valuable time to be with us today. Her support and inspiring guidance to our institution. We are also grateful to resource person and the speaker, Professor M. David from Karnataka University and Professor Sukanta Mondel, Principal Scientist, ICAR, Adugodi, Bangalore. And also thank Professor Sunil Kayat, Department of Zoology, Deshbandhu College, Delhi, as they have given their valuable talks and suggestions to grace the occasion. So, in this function, in this conference, chief guest of valedictory function, Dr. Kamal Kumar Gupta, Department of Zoology, Deshbandhu College, Delhi, he is given the information of this conference and valuable time. I express my sincere gratitude to the principal, Dr. Sheikh Kabir Ahmed, for his cooperation. We are grateful to Dr. bin Nasir Aziz and Dr. Syed Mujib Hadi for the technical support. We are offer our wishes and greeting to the convener of the seminar, Dr. Rafutunnasa Neri, and to the co-convener, Dr. Naib Ansari, for the success of the conference. We bestow our gratitude to the teaching and non-teaching staff of our Sir Syed College for generous support to make this national e-conference a big success. Last but not the least, we appreciate the sincerity and enthusiasm of the dynamic students, professors, zoologists, and researchers from various states of India. On the occasion, let us not forget to the contribution and sacrifices of the founder of Sir Syed College, late Professor Muhammad Tilawat Ali, in taking Sir Syed College to the appreciable heights. May he rest in peace. Thank you. So this conference is the end. Over.
Feedback link has been sent on Zoom app also and on the group also. Kindly fill the form so that you can get a certificate. Thank you.
Congratulations, Imam sir. Imam sir, congratulations.